1, 2. Right, folks, if you want to start making your way inside the venue, we're going to get cracking as soon as we can.
So now you think that there's a part of you who could love someone or who could screw. Things I was trying to rationalize, I just can't let it overtake my mind. You tell me to give up the family, I tell you I'll stay in society. I won't follow you into the wild, but maybe someday we could breath still. You jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make. Counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth. Dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly. The way I put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly.
1, 2.
Put my finger on it. See me fly. You got it. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
All right. Want to join me here, Winter? All right, welcome everybody. It's wonderful to have you in Durban for Creative Coffee Week 2022, presented by FNB. And on behalf of Mel and myself, we just want to say how happy we are that you all made the effort to come. There's such a cool vibe. It's so great to reconnect with our coffee community from all over the country, and we really, really appreciate the effort that all of you have made to fly up here or drive here from far away to be here. And yeah, it's just a really amazing experience, and we know and we hope that you're going to have an incredible time over the next 3 days. So just a few housekeeping things. Obviously, a huge thanks to the Bond Shed for having us again. I think the venue looks absolutely awesome, and they've done a great job. We love the stretch tents outside. If you need to use the bathrooms, folks, and you don't know the venue, the bathrooms are just as you go out past the cafe, as though you're going into the office block, and they're on your right-hand side. The bathrooms are there if you need to use them. If you need to smoke, please don't smoke inside any of the venues or under the tent. Please go to the far side of the parking lot, and you can smoke there if you need to. You'll notice that you've got these really, really amazing water flasks in your goodie bags, sponsored by Ultimate Water. And there's a water station at the Ultimate Water display, and you can fill up your bottles with filtered water from Ultimate Water. So please make use of those. Drink lots of water, because we're going to be drinking a lot of incredible coffees over the next few days. So that's important. And then the last little bit of housekeeping from my side is you'll have noticed there's 2 bins outside that are branded, and it says, this bin is for coffee cups only. The idea is that we don't throw away a single coffee cup. We're going to talk a lot about sustainability over the week, and these cups that you're using, which are branded Creative Coffee Week, are sponsored by Dartpack, and they are fully compostable and recyclable. So they mustn't go in the landfill. We can use all the fiber from these cups again. So we want to try and collect. We've got 3,000 cups here. We want to try and have 3,000 at the end if we can. So don't throw any other litter in those bins. Please make sure that your coffee cups go into those branded bins. They're just outside at the entrance.
Yeah, sure. Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Again, so excited to have you all here. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of our sponsors for making this event possible. It's really important for our coffee community to come together and to discuss ideas and to get better together. And that's what this event is all about. And thanks to all the amazing sponsorship we've received, we also have a lot of baristas in the room today, which makes me very happy. And their voice is important too. So we are excited that the sponsorship that we've gotten has allowed that to happen. And we are just very grateful to see all of your faces here today. And we look forward to exciting conversation, lots of delicious coffee. And Welcome.
All right. Let's have a big round of applause for everybody who made the effort. Thanks, guys. Okay. Now I'd like to call up on stage Jay Pillay and Warren Fenner from FNB. Gentlemen, come and join me, please. You know, it was interesting. We thought after the success, we've done this for 5 years. We started in 2018. And we thought, you know, this is such a great idea. Let's take it on the road. So initially, we were going to have this in Joburg. And then, you know, a year ago, we had terrible riots here. KZN had the most awful flooding. And, you know, when we spoke to Jay and to Warren, and they're both based here at Acacia House in Umhlanga, and they've sponsored this event for the last 5 years, and we spoke to people in the industry, 2 significant things happened. The one is the people, you coffee people said, don't take it away from Durban. We love Durban in winter. The ocean's warm, the weather's beautiful. We like to get out of Joburg and Cape Town, and we love coming to Durban, so keep it in Durban. And then from a business point of view, I think when you see, and these guys know because they bank most of KZN's business, the rallying of businesses like Johnson Workwear, Dilshan, you guys, a KZN-based business, all the coffee roasteries in Durban, the coffee farmers down the south coast, everybody who was hit by those terrible tragedies, we were like, no, we need to have this in KZN, in solidarity, and just show that we can bounce back from anything. So I just want to welcome Jay and Warren and just say thank you guys for your unwavering support, and let's have a massive, massive round of applause for them.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you very much. On behalf of FNB, I want to welcome you all to Creative Coffee Week. It's great to be out, isn't it? And we also, as bankers, we're quite insular during COVID. But it's great to have a real cup of coffee as opposed to a virtual cup of coffee. And I guess our association with Coffee Magazine, Ian and Mel, spanned many years. And from an F&B perspective, I guess we're quite interested in the coffee sector and how it expands and unpacking it. So that's part and parcel of why we're getting involved. And I think it's probably becoming the modern elixir of our time. So I want to congratulate Ian and Mel on another year. It's great to be out. Thank you for allowing us to partner with you. We're excited. You'll see in the next few days some of my colleagues coming up and giving you a little bit of a sense of some of our innovative solutions that may interest you. So have a little, pay attention if it applies to your business. We've got people here throughout the 3 days. If you want to ask any banking questions, we'll have people around. But yeah, enjoy, and we look forward to many more years. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jay. Warren, you fine.
Hi, everybody. Just to, not to repeat what Jay said, but it really is a privilege to be here again this year and to see all of you again and look forward to spending some time with you over the next few days. So thanks, Mel and Ian.
Thanks, Warren. Okay, on that note, so what we've tried to do here, Mel and I have also tried to curate an experience for people who are just coming into coffee, thinking of opening a roastery, thinking about opening a cafe. You know, we've tried to make sure that all of the sponsors who are here are relevant to your business, so that by the end of these 3 days when you leave, you've pretty much met somebody who can assist you, whether it's apparel, whether it's banking, whether it's water filtration, whatever it might be, definitely coffee and coffee roasters, all of those. You've seen the packaging, the cups, everything. So, you know, it's important for us, and it's a long program, guys. It's like 3 days is a long time, and the content is deep. So I urge you to, even if you think it might not be relevant to you, try and immerse yourself in the discourse of whatever that topic is. You might be a coffee farmer, and you might not think that like the barista wage calculator content applies, but actually it does. I think having that deeper understanding across the whole value chain from farmer all the way to the end consumer is very valuable. So the next part of our program, this morning's program, before we taste some amazing coffees, is a chance for our sponsors to give you a pitch about their business, to tell you what they're about. Hopefully you will use them, and they will continue to support events, industry events like this. So the first people that are going to chat to us this morning is Sherry Lee from FNB. So if you want to come up, Sherry Lee, and we can get cracking with the first presentation. And the topic of Sherry Lee's talk is banking solutions for your business. And Zama. Sorry, Zama, I forgot to say hello. Welcome, Zama.
Good morning, everyone. Are you well this morning? Thank you for gracing us with your presence in Durban. We really love to have visitors in KZN. As we've already said, Durban is beautiful. Have you looked at the sun outside? Isn't it nice and warm? Have you experienced the beach yet, the visitors? Okay, guys, without further ado,
Test one.
Test 1, 2. Okay, there we go. So without further ado, we're going to take you through the business solutions that F&B has. Last year's Creative Coffee Week took you through the bigger spectrum for somebody that is an established business, somebody that is either in the gold space, the platinum space, or the enterprise banking. But because of everything that KZN has been through, the riots, the floods, we've decided to give you some free banking solutions for your business this morning. So I'm going to introduce to you something that F&B has recently launched. It's called the First Business Zero. So that's where we're going to start today. So what does the First Business Zero do for you? It gives you a bank account. It allows you to stay connected. It allows you to receive payments through your cards in your business. And it also gives you some business education. So wouldn't that be great to experience? The bank account itself has a 0 monthly account fee, and hence the name First Business Zero. It takes you through a speedy zero, or a QR code, which allows you to receive payments in your business without paying a monthly rental for that device. So whether you have a QR code or you have a device, a merchant device, you're not going to pay a monthly rental for it. We give you 0 minimum merchant fee. We also give you the actual tally rolls for free. Then we take you through staying connected with F&B Connect. F&B Connect is a network that F&B uses for connectivity of our business. So when you're using your QR speed code or your Speedy Zero, you don't need to have an extra SIM or an extra phone. It does connect without those products. Staying connected with F&B gives you free data, free minutes, and SMSs every month. It's all at a 0 cost. So that's why we're saying it's the first business zero for somebody that is starting up. We also give you something called Instant Solutions, where you can manage your cash flow, you can do your payroll. It's called Instant Solutions. We take you through the additional cash into your business call account. We give you a free savings that is linked to that business call account, so there's no charge at this stage that you're going to be needing to pay to the bank. We give you access to free education at the palm of your hand with an app that is called Fundaba. So if you do bank with F&B and you go into your banking app, there is a tab that is called Fundaba. It gives you business modules that you can access either via audio, video, or by reading. It also gives you tools like managing your cash flow, your budgeting, your instant solutions are also available there. We also give you modules that you can train your staff as to how to get the business to a growing level. So that is available in 5 different languages. So if you are in South Africa, you know we are a multilingual country, and you can access it in 5 different languages. We give you no monthly account fee, unlimited card swipes. So the list is endless, guys. That is why we're saying First Business Zero, with everything that has happened in KZN for startup businesses, is the way to go. Getting rewarded with your F&B Connect SIM, we do give you minutes, we give you data, and we give you SMSs free as a startup, also at no cost. Receiving card payments from your clients. This is introducing a device, and if you do need help, there's a 24/7 call center that is available to assist you on it as well. Very easy to use, something portable, something that you can take through to a coffee event, like we could have had one here, and that's it for Speedy Zero. But to elaborate further on that, we've got a video for you.
No catch. They just want my business to do well.
That's really something. Does your bank put a business coach in your hand?
Mine does.
So guys, that is it from our side, but we are here for the rest of the week. My colleague Sherry and I will be manning the table. So if there's any questions, any assistance that you need, please do feel free to contact us. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Summer. All right. Yeah, the next little module that we've got, it's basically, we're calling it speed dating for your business. So this is a chance for each of our suppliers to, in less than 10 minutes, tell you exactly what they're about and why, as a coffee industry business owner, or a barista, or a roaster, or a barista trainer, their products are for you. So first I'm going to call up Dilshan. Your speed dating slot starts now. Dilshan is from Johnson Workwear, everybody. Give him a big round of applause.
Johnson Workwear, we serve you solutions. We cater to all industries, all businesses, big and small. Gear up in our wide range of garments designed to work just for you. And customize your workwear to fit your needs. Explore any of our iconic stores nationwide and discover a world of endless possibilities.
Good morning, guys. My name is Dilshan from Johnson. As a marketer, it's always a little bit surreal when you see a piece of marketing work going out. And being a sports fan, we currently do a lot of work from a sponsorship perspective with some of the big sports brands. So we're in the back of the Sharks, back of the Lions, and this year we did our first Johnson Workwear Open, which was a Sunshine Tour event here in Durban. But that ad got played in the Champions League final on Supersport, so it was a nice surreal moment. To see a brand come that far. Just like you guys, I think we entrepreneurially led and run by Nick Johnson, still heavily involved in the business. I think 20 years ago we had 200 employees, and today we're close to 6,000, just showing you, what is possible. Very, very inspired to be amongst everybody building and creating stuff in South Africa, in this economy, and that's what we desperately need. We need creators, we need builders, we need buyers to be creating employment and exporting product. I think at Johnson, our target market is very much that. It's workers, it's employees, it's entrepreneurs and business builders who are building something in the South African economy. We aim to be able to supply and support you with your workwear needs across any industry. So workwear used to mean a Conti suit or an overall 20, 30 years ago. Today it means whatever you're wearing. So whatever you're wearing today to work in, that's going to make you productive, that's going to make you perform at your peak. That's what we aim to support you with. So thankfully, some of the larger brands in the country, better known brands in the country support us. And so we currently supply all the workwear for Pick n Pay, Woolworths, Mug n Bean, Wimpy. But our real target market is actually entrepreneurs. And that's why we started rolling out our own stores so that we can be closer to our customer and we can better service them. So our 20 retail stores, we're opening East London next month. And our East London next month, and we have Edenvale, which has just got a massive revamp, is there to better serve our customers. We have on-site customization that allows you to tailor your workwear solutions to your brand. So get your brand logo, get your CI on your product, and that is irrespective of what the role is that you're servicing or you're getting product for. Whether it's a security guard or a barista or your kitchen staff, we have solutions for you that are fit for purpose from head to toe. So that's Johnson Workwear. Our team is here for the next 3 days. If you need support picking out solutions, because we have a quite array, we've got a very thick book which we call our Red Book that has a list of all our solutions. We also obviously are online from an e-commerce perspective, but nothing beats face-to-face. So our team is there to help you pick out those solutions. And even if you have a multi-site operation across the country, we can come up with a solution where your teams can go in store and pick out a specific, let's just say, Humble Coffee uniform based on a pre-arranged uniform that you've selected. So you've got consistency across the country, but you allow the business or the manager on site to be able to handle that and do their ordering at a store level. So we offer a lot of flexibility, but we're here to support you guys and let us know if you want to chat, if you need some support, or perhaps just some guidance. So yeah, that's Johnson Workwear. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dilshan. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Also, I just want to say that we're going to be having a latte art throwdown at the Johnson Workwear Springfield depot. So you baristas who are in the house, we're going to be doing that around the end of September. You might know Do, the latte art. He's come in the top 6 from the latte art finals a couple of years. He works in that store serving great coffee. And I see Chad Whitby, who most of us know from the coffee industry, is now employed by Johnson. So yeah, excited to have them as a partner to our coffee community. All right, who's next there, Mel? Marzocco, St. John Wicks in the house. Give him a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ian, Mel. Thank you for having us. So, guys, my name is St. John Wicks. I'm from Marzocco, South Africa. If you don't know anything about Marzocco, I don't know where you've been. But just a quick one on us, guys. We have recently launched in South Africa. We've been around for around the last 6 to 8 months or so. We've got a really cool new machine of ours outside, and joining us is the Wally Milk as well, so come through and check that out. But I don't want to spend the rest of the time talking about ourselves. It's not really our style. So what I would like to do is just highlight a few of our heroes in the South African coffee community. Some of them are sitting in the rooms with us today, some of them aren't, but I'd like to just highlight a few people who are doing the most to help the South African coffee industry throughout the coffee value chain. So we'll start with green bean growers, the guys from Beaver Creek, Impenjati Coffee, Sabi Valley, of course, other farms across South Africa as well. Thank you so much for investing your time, your energy, your effort, and countless hours into increasing the profile of South African grown coffee. Please, can we give them a huge round of applause? And then, of course, our green bean importers, the team from Seven Oaks, Carol Corlett, Mike McDonald, I know you are here somewhere, the team from WM Khan, of course, raw material as well, Mr. David Walstra. Thank you for everything that you're doing to help the farmers at Origin. We really love what you're doing, and we can't wait to see what's next. And then, of course, our skilled trainers, Steve O'Kun, Quincy Slongwane, Craig Charity, really doing the most to help uplift underprivileged baristas. And then, of course, we can't not mention the Red Band Barista Academy, Sean Opius, I don't know if Sean's around, and then, of course, the Ground Up Academy in Cape Town as well. Really doing the most. And then, guys, a huge thank you to all of you. As the beautiful and colorful South African coffee roasting community, we wouldn't be here without you. So give yourselves a huge round of applause. And then finally, the rock stars of the industry, the baristas. We would be nowhere without your skill, your time, and your effort that you put in every morning to wake up before we do, just to make sure that we get that perfect cup of coffee. So a big thank you to all of the South African baristas, but also the baristas that are here today. Wonderful. Guys, join us outside for a cup of coffee later. Ian and Mel, thank you so much.
Thank you, St. John. I must also just say a big thank you to George Karatzis. And is Mike Con in the building? Where are you, Mike? Oh, there he is, in the stripy shirt all the way from the UK. Thank you, Mike, for being here, representing Marzocco internationally for us. And Mauro is also here all the way from Italy, but living in Cape Town, from the Academia. So yeah, also wherever you are, Mauro, if you want to raise your hand, I don't know where you are. But over the next 3 days, a very interesting person to speak to. So thank you again to the Marzocco team for always getting behind our events, and lovely to have you here. All right, next up, Mr. Pete Ethelston from Red Espresso. Here he is. Let's give him a big round of applause. But before you start, Pete, sorry, getting these mic balances right, and Kirsty. Hello, Kirsty. Before you guys start, I just want to say that in this coffee magazine that you have in your goodie bags, this one that this is on the front cover of, the lead story in there is of an expedition that we did with Pete and Kirst into the tea lands to go and see what the similarities were between rooibos at Origin and coffee at Origin. And we went to the most beautiful, beautiful place in South Africa that I think I've ever been to, and it just had the most immersive experience. So I just want to thank you guys for allowing us to do that a few months ago and for it to become part of the content that's in this magazine. So thanks, Pete.
Thanks so much, Mel and Ian, for inviting us, and a big shout out to you guys here. It's so great to be up in Durbs. I'm originally a Durban boy from a long time ago. I've forgotten just how great your winters are. We're just thawing out from the Cape. But more importantly, just for getting everybody here together again. You know, the last few years have been pretty brutal, and it's just so nice to be doing it in person. So glad not to be doing things digitally anymore. So just in a snapshot, we're a family business. This is Kirsty Reed, my sister from another mister. There's five family members in our business. We started 17, 18 years ago out of our spare bedroom, trying to make a rooibos cappuccino, which we branded as a red cappuccino. And people were like, "You're not putting that anywhere near my machine, and why do I want something that isn't a coffee?" And kind of 17 years down the line, we're probably the go-to guys for coffee alternatives. So we make, obviously, red espresso, red cappuccinos, chai lattes, matcha teas, hot chocolates, all that type of thing. And you guys are our customers, and definitely the part of the business that we really like compared to retail. Shouldn't say that in front of our retail partners, but it's the food service partners that really count for us. And we've seen just a lot of growth in that side of the menu. You know, if I think back 18 years ago, it was coffee, and then there was literally a cup of tea and maybe a hot chocolate. And I think today, you guys know, the market is so much bigger than just the coffee drinkers and just the people that even are old enough to drink coffee. You've got kids that are now in the coffee shops. You've got pregnant moms. You've got older people who have to start managing their caffeine intake. And we kind of fulfill that need. So that's a little bit about us. We're here for the week. We're looking forward to meeting you. Come have a chat. We've got a carbon neutral factory. Giving back's a big part of what we do. So whether that's supporting ground up in the baristas in the Cape, we've been donating for over a decade money to cancer because of the rooibos is good for that. We've got a Seeds for Hope project. We buy about 40 tons of tea a year from our subsistence farmers. So that's a really small community, about 20% of our volume. And just growing every year. I think we had 26 farmers this last harvest. And thankfully, we've had good rain down in the Cape, so we've got tea. It was pretty hairy a few years ago. And just a last comment to all of the people in Natal here. You know, we've obviously watched from a bit of a distance what you guys have gone through in the last 12 months. And it's just really encouraging. I mean, we're staying down the road here to see how great this stretch of Durban is looking, and that you guys getting back on your feet, and we're really supporting you as best as we can. So, thanks very much for having us, and we look forward to seeing you. Cheers.
All right, thank you, Pete and Kirst. All right, next up, I'd like to welcome Edwin Nicholas from Dartpack. Edwin.
Morning, everybody. I'm Edwin. It's a company, Dartpack. I think he's trying to get something on for me. You're good? Am I good? Okay. We basically manufacturers, quite unique in that we're a diverse manufacturing operation, converting using different technologies, different raw materials, but unique in that we focus on one market only, and that's the coffee market. So what we do, we manufacture the paper cup, both the conventional recyclable cup as well as the compostable cup. We're the first compostable cup converters in this country. We're also the developers of the first molded fiber, true molded fiber lid. This lid was developed in this country, made in this country. The equipment has been designed and developed by us and built by us, all in Cape Town. We're also the manufacturers of the cup carrier. Again, all the cup carriers made in this country is made by us. All your McDonald's, all your KFCs. The equipment that is made on has been designed by us, built by us, and operated by us. All developed right here in Cape Town and in South Africa. So that's what we are. Paper cups, lids. We also do the plastic lids. We started 30 years ago with the old-fashioned Foamolite cup. Remember those old Foamolite cups? That's how we started, and that's where we are today. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Edwin. This is, I've been down to the factory in Cape Town and met with a lot of other coffee industry people when Edwin had an open day there earlier in the year. And I must say, it's a very exciting space, and we're going to explore it quite deeply in the coming days, and I'm very excited about this. So it's wonderful to have you here, Edwin. Thank you. Okay, next up. This is a familiar face. Most of you in the coffee industry know Mr. Neil Marie from Genio Coffee Roasters, the inventor and owner and CEO of the business, doing great things. So give him a warm round of applause. Neil Marie.
Hello, everybody. And Ian, thank you for having me. It's great to see you all here again. This is our, fifth year of Creative Coffee Week and a shot in the dark. And we're very, very proud to have been a part of it from the get-go. So, Ian approached me 5 years ago, and actually we are signing the next 5 years shortly after this show. And we're rolling it out to more countries now. So A Shot in the Dark is heading to Dubai, to the Middle East. So we already have our partners signed up and ready to go for the A Shot in the Dark, which will happen in October in the Middle East. So I think that's going to be a fantastic platform to keep spreading the word of good coffee and getting roasters involved in the whole industry and the whole life cycle of the coffee. And then from Genio's side, we got to think on our feet at the moment. For example, the minute that Russia invaded Ukraine, that next day we lost the sale to Finland because people are scared of gas-operated roasters. So on our side, we've got to think of other ways of heating up our coffee. For example, electric elements. I don't think that's really applicable to South Africa right now. So I think we'll stick to gas. But on our side, we've got to think on our feet, and we have to get the feedback from our customers and hear how we can improve on the whole roasting experience. And we're doing just that. So we're launching a new product, an entire new product line very shortly. That will require quite a bit of work on our side to get everything ready, but that's going to shake things up quite a bit. So I'm quite excited about that, but we'll speak about that during the course of the show, and I have a slot sometime later in the week. And then if you would like to talk about roasters, we're here. We have a 3-kilo machine here. We're roasting the same coffee that the competitors from the A Shot in the Dark is roasting. So it's a Tanzania. Yep. I don't even... Tanzania, Congoni, there we are. We got the last 55 kilos from Seven Oaks that they had at all. So we got the last couple of kilos here. So we'll be roasting, and if anybody wants to come have a look and have a chat, please join us at the machine. Right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Neil. Yeah, it is very exciting. I want to touch on that Middle East thing briefly, because I don't know if a lot of people in South Africa know it, but our goal, obviously Mel and my goal, is to try and uplift and give a platform to as many South African coffee companies as we can, and to be able to go to the Dubai Mixed Commodities Center in October with Genio is an amazing first step. And we want to take some more South African brands there, because we've seen, and you will all have seen, the number of coffee professionals that are working in the Middle East, and what a developing market that is, similar to ours. They're a couple of years behind us, but they're on a slightly different trajectory because there's a lot of wealth there, and I think South African companies, if we can get in there, we can do well too. So we look forward to that journey, Neil, and thank you for that opportunity. Okay, who's next? The rock star himself, Mr. Rowan Munting from Ultimate Water. No, he's not doing it. Okay, sorry, I knew that. He's going to do something else a little bit later when we do our cupping relay tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Olaf Sosha from Ima Coffee. Olaf from Cape Town. Unfortunately, Michelangelo Pero got COVID and he wasn't able to join us in person just before he came. But he was here last year, and we wish him all the best and hope he's doing okay. And we welcome you, Olaf.
Thanks, Mel and Ian, for inviting us and let us know or let us be here with you. As Ian said, normally Michelangelo should be here. Hello, Michelangelo. He is watching us from Italy. Yeah, as Ian said, he unfortunately has COVID. So Ima Coffee is an Italian company from different industry. Let's say Ima is a different industry, and one is the Ima Coffee Hub. The Ima Coffee Hub is really from the green bean intake to the final end-of-line packaging. So roasting, grinding, storaging, degassing, sorting, everything is included in the Ima Coffee Hub. Ima by itself is, has over 7,000 employees, has over 50 production sites, 85% is export, in over 80 countries in the world. As you see, the turnover is quite big. It's 1.8, 1.6 billion. They invest a lot in R&D, which we will see as well later a little bit. And they own over 1,700 patents. Original Ima comes from the tea business. Most tea here in South Africa, normal tea will be packed on Ima machines. They are as well quite good in the pharmaceutical industry. And the coffee part is one of the growing parts at Ima. You know the brands Petroscini, you know the brands Sprefico, and an end-of-line Ima Gima. So as we showed, so Ima offers really from the green bean intake up to the final packaging. Again, storaging, sorting, and then degassing, primary packaging, secondary packaging, and end-of-line packaging. In the packaging side, or let's say on the processing side, it's Ima Petroscini. I think a lot of you know Ima Petroscini. They have over 100 years experience in roasting. And then in the packaging side is called Ima Coffee Packaging, where you have from capsule filling over bean filling, ground coffee filling, and so on, up to the end-of-line equipment. On the roasters, as you see, the smallest roaster can make 35 kilos per hour up to 3,600 kilos per hour. So there's a quite range of roasting machines. Then on the packaging side, we have any kind of capsule, coffee pots, and so on. And here as well, in the capsule side, from 20 capsule onwards to 2,000 capsules per minute. So different kind of packaging solutions, pot packs, capsule, secondary, and end-of-line packaging. We want to introduce here two machines from Ima. One is on the roasting side. It's, as you can see, here's a small roaster that makes up to 35 kilos an hour. Cooling, single phase power, roasting, cooling, independent fans. So it's a small, nice machine. And the second machine we want to present today is the SB1. The SB1 is a small capsule machine. So it's, let's say, 3 months on the market. It makes up to 20 caps per minute. It doesn't matter if it's an espresso or is a dolce gusto. So you can run different kind of cups or pots there. And as a combination, you see that here. So you have the small grinder, and then it feeds directly the capsule filling machine. The capsule filling machine is really state of the art with nitrogen flashing. You have as well the caps comes clean out, so the sealing is proper, and so on and so on. Then in general, EMA Coffee, yeah, pre-sales, maintenance, remote support, and call and remote support. So EMA has a 24/7 assistance. And yeah, thanks for that. If you have questions, I'm the next 3 days here. And we can talk about what EMA Coffee can offer to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Olaf. I think what excites me about that is the scale of it. And I remember listening to Michelangelo last year talk about how big the operations can be. And I'm interested when Dylan talks. Dylan from Beaver Creek is going to talk about the vision for the first ever South African super factory to elevate coffee farming down the South Coast and in the Eastern Cape, processing, packaging. I'd be interested, Pete, you could probably weigh in on that given your 18 years of experience in manufacturing as well. You know, I think there's some interesting discussions as well as what Mel and I and Neil will soon see at the Dubai Mixed Commodity Center, the super factory that they've built there, where they basically, the Emiratis want to become the global trade corridor for coffee. And yes, they are geographically in a better position than us, but there's no reason, given what we have in South Africa, why we couldn't start to create a vision around something like that. So I think there's something there, and I'm quite excited about those discussions that take place this week here. All right, we've got 3 to go on the speed dating session, and next on the list is Eugene Jensen and Johan Peek from Coffee Lift. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello everyone, my name is Eugene and this is Johan. It's a pleasure to be here at the Creative Coffee Week. We have a product that we introduced last year quickly. We were actually speaking on numbers and delivery of coffees. We had a great year so far. We've expanded with our ideas, and we're just going to showcase our product quickly this morning to you so you know what the Coffee Lift is all about. So we still Coffee Lift, but we rebranded our seal. It's called the beverage seal. Okay, it's a compostable, biodegradable, recyclable seal that you use on any kind of beverage. So we used to start in the coffee sector, but now it's on sodas, on milkshakes, on everything that you want to send away to your customer. The seal really seals it with not spilling. So what Johan is doing here is he is capping water. We chose to do water because I'm going to do something dangerous. And I'm going to need some encouragement you must help me to do this.
So take my laptop and run.
So I just want to show you how you cap it. So you just take the seal, and the nice thing about our seal, it works on all sizes. It works on all cups, the ones that Edwin also produced, the fiber cups. It also works on that. And then it just makes the driver, the Uber driver or the Mr. D driver's life so easy, because he comes to the customer and he has a spill-free solution. Okay, do you want me to show you this? Are you gonna encourage me to juggle with 3 cups of?
So in our marketing video, Eugene actually does this with proper made cappuccinos. So that's not part of the show.
Hopefully your Uber driver doesn't drive like that though.
Yeah. So we originally started out as a delivery platform. So we did our own deliveries, and in the process we developed the bag and then the coffee lift seals. And it was only about 3, 4, 5 months in that we realized that it works really well. I mean, it doesn't spill. So we've got a few companies that started to use it already. And it's still relatively new. We only started marketing this last year at the Creative Coffee Week in August last. But it's slowly taking off, and our message to the coffee industry is actually, it's an untapped market for the coffee industry. It's something that privately owned coffee shop owners are not tapping into. So some of the franchises are running into it head first and trying to make it work. But there's a lot of business in coffee delivery, coffee and other products. We blog articles on our website that just explains the finances of it, etc. So which you can go read. And yeah, we're very excited about this, and we think it's a product that will still go quite far.
All right. Thank you, Eugene and Johan. Awesome. Okay, Mr. Roy Forey, if you're in the house, from the Coffee Bag Company. Where's Roy? Here he comes. Come on, Roy. Come and introduce yourself. What are you going to juggle, Roy?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Good morning, everybody.
Thanks.
I'm a little bit caught by surprise. I thought this is only a little bit later this morning, but that's okay. My name is Roy Fourie. I'm from a company called the Coffee Bag Company. We specialize only in coffee bags. So we literally got every type of bag that you can think of, whether it's craft bags, whether it's plastic bags. We also got a whole range of recyclable bags. And we can do printing for you on those bags. Most of our bags come with valves. Most of them, there's one batch that accidentally slipped through without valves, but in general they've got valves. And we got zips on all of our bags. We got the printing options are quite varied. We try to cater for everybody. So we got small batch quantities, 500 prints at a time. So from any bag size that you need, we can print you 500 bags at a time. Or we can go right up to the big designs, but that will be 5,000 plus. 5,000, 10,000 is the decent number. We represent Empty Pack in South Africa. I think a lot of you have heard about Empty Pack, and some of the feedback that I had from Empty Pack wasn't all that great from you guys. We try not to bug people too much. But yeah, all our bags come out of China. The reason why we started the company, we started about 8 months ago. Sean Natalie was approached by Daily Grind to be the representative for Empty Pack in South Africa. So he's their brand ambassador. But when we received the samples and we had to look at the actual packaging, the quality of the packaging surprised us, because if we look at what's available locally, it was kind of like, not right there. So we brought in a container load, a real mixed bag of everything and anything you can think of, different shapes, different sizes, and we're testing the market at the moment to see what does it look like, what does people need, what do they want, and where do we go from there. So yeah, we got a little stand here at the back. We got some samples of everything. Have a look at it, and if you need anything, my business card is there. Let's see how we can help you. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Roy. Also, I just want to say that Who's here in a shot in the dark? Raise your hands if you're part of the shot in the dark competition. So those amazing bags that we used for the competition were from the Coffee Bag Company, and they were really special. So thank you for that, Roy. Thank you. All right. Okay, last one is Mr. Jacques Roux from Ruxo Labels and Intellistore. Look how smart you are, sir. Sure. These coffee people don't dress up, hey, like you. I see from the printing industry.
Thanks, Ian. Hi, everyone. My name is Jacques. I'm from a company called Intellistore, and we're the brand, owner of a brand called Ruxo Labels. We specialize in on-demand label printing solutions. We work with international brands, partners, such as Epson, Afinia, and Oki. All right, so I'm basically here to speak about something not as exciting as coffee, but labels. And as we know, labels play a very important role, especially when it comes to building your brand, product development, and basically differentiating yourself from the competition. So I just want to basically ask a quick question. Who of you guys are at this stage printing your labels in-house? One. All right, good. Seems like I'm at the right place today. All right, just want to quickly list a few things, a few benefits of printing your labels in-house. Saving money, saving time, and of course, reducing waste. There's no minimum order quantities and no extensive lead times. Your ability to adapt to market trends, offers, promotions, a lot easier printing your labels in-house. White labeling, I believe that is a thing in the coffee industry. Very easy. To play around with different designs on a daily basis, on a regular basis. You can change your design every day if you need be, and print one. Eco-friendly, also very important. Our printers are compatible with eco-friendly paper and plastic. Basically what it comes down to is if you have a printer in-house, you can design, modify, and print your labels the same day. No lead times, which could lead to a loss of opportunities, which could have a negative impact on your company. A few additional values we can add to your company is we've got, currently Ruxo Labels, we've got 5 different substrates, and we've got 4 different substrates that will be available in 3 months. So that gives you 9 different substrates with different textures, different colors, and so forth. And we're a one-stop shop. We support the software, the hardware, the consumables, and we do any shape and size. We've got a corner there, right at the coffee shop. We're more than welcome to come and have a look, and we will do personal labels. So basically what it comes down to is that we empower you to customize your brand in-house and become a strong, independent coffee roaster. All right, that's it from me. Thank you.
And also, I just want to say to Jacques, Mel and I went to their factory in Midrand, and it was mind-blowing seeing them laser cut like literally any shape or pattern that you want with this like super cool science fiction laser cutter that cuts out the shape but doesn't cut the paper behind. So like you just peel off the thing and stick it. And they could cut anything, like the wristbands that you wear to rock concerts, like literally anything. And these they're a great crew, and they've got a great product. And the printer that we use to print all of these is their printer. And yeah, we used it this week, and it's sat on a small desk in our office, didn't take up any space, and the quality was unreal. So we're excited about what these guys can bring to particularly coffee roasteries in our community.
Exactly. With our new laser cutting machine, there's no label, there's no templates, setup fees of 2.5, 3,000 rand. We design it and we cut it. No minimum order quantities. If you want a roll of 500 with this special shape in a coffee pot or coffee bean, we do it. It's all right.
All right. Thanks, Jacques.
Thank you.
We'll see you through the week. All right, Winter. That brings us to the end of the speed dating session.
Okay, we're on our way. I'm so excited that it's all starting now. So much anticipation to get everyone in this room, so thank you. All right, so we are a little bit ahead of schedule, so I'm going to invite you all to go outside, mingle, grab a coffee. We are setting up for the wonderful Sabores coffee tasting with a focus on fermentation. So everyone will get served coffees at their seats. So when you come back into the hall, there'll be the coffees ready for you to taste. Yeah, I invite you to take a step outside and we'll reconvene at 11. And yeah, enjoy.
Tell me any different, I'll be up so high, loving every minute of life. drive me crazy. You know you drive me mad, but I could never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy. You know you drive me mad, but I could never live a day without you. If I am pretty, will you love me? If
One, two, one, two, one, two. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me outside, if you can make your way back into the hall, back inside for our coffee cupping with Sabores.
Hello. Is the light? I can put it close to my mouth. Okay, everyone. If you don't have a coffee set in front of you, there are more coming, especially for the guys sitting at the bar stools. There's coffee coming, so don't worry. And I will let Jose explain the coffees to you, but I just want to give you an overview of this session, which I'm very excited about because I think we all have a lot to learn in this area. So it's all about fermentation and the effect that it has in coffee. We have a yeast and fermentation expert with us in the room today to explain to us what's actually happening when coffees, we know the terminology, we know that our coffees these days are being fermented for longer periods. People are experimenting a lot with the fermentation.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jose from Sabores, Flavors of Colombia. We are, for those of you who don't know about us, we are a South African company based in Cape Town. We are specialty Colombian coffee, green coffee importers, and we deliver nationwide, now also to Namibia, and recently to Zimbabwe. Thanks to Ian and to Mel for the invitation. Thanks to Margaret for letting us introduce your very interesting talk on fermentation. And whenever we hear that a coffee has been fermented, as it is quite a trend lately in the specialty coffee business, we usually tend to think of a very funky, winey coffee when we talk about fermentation. That is because we tend to relate it in something that South Africa knows very well, which is the wine industry. So a very winey coffee. But again, not necessarily is going to be that the end result. That's why today we brought for you 3 different examples of fermented Colombian coffees. We would like to ask of you to try them in this order. First, the one that is marked La Julia. Second one, the Wush Wush. And the third one, the Castillo. Just to progress a little bit over the flavors, but you're welcome to taste them in your own way. So I'm going to use a little cheat sheet on the details of each of the coffees. The first one that you have in front of you is La Julia. It's an estate blend, so it's a mix of Castillo and Colombia mostly, from Nicolas Ocampo in Valle del Cauca. It's a farm located between 1,400 and 1,700 meters above sea level. And this is a semi-washed process, which is also not a very common processing method of coffees coming from Colombia. What he did was to name this estate blend semi-washed 90-hour double aerobic coffees. So you're going to also hear from the specialty coffee producers and some other roasters that the names of these fermented coffees can be extremely long, like a Latin name, first name and a lot of last names. That's what happens with a lot of these fermented coffees. We as importers have to respect whatever name the farmer is giving to their coffee. At the end, it's up to you, the roaster, to name it that way or any other way. So with this estate blend 90-hour, what Nicolas did was, after obtaining the cherries and sorting them, taking the floaters out, the intact coffee cherries, so still with the full skin on, are placed in tanks for the first fermentation process, an aerobic fermentation process, with a minimum amount of cold fresh water to control the temperature. That is to keep the coffees and the tanks between 18 to 22 degrees Celsius for 24 hours. So that is the first stage of the fermentation of that La Julia coffee, 24 hours. Then he pulps the coffee and it undergoes another 66 hours to complete the full 90-hour fermentation process of aerobic fermentation with a low amount of cold fresh water, again, to keep the coffee between 18 to 22 degrees. Then they put the fermented coffee to drain on raised beds for 1 day, and then on the mechanical dryer for 56 hours between 32 to 34 degrees Celsius. The dryer is turned on about 12 hours per day, and the drying time takes about 6 days. Once the coffee is dried, they put it in grain pro bags for 30 to 60 days for what they call stabilization processes, and then it goes to the milling and the electronic sorting. Why did Nicolas choose to do a 90-hour fermentation process on this estate blend? That is basically to increase the flavors of what you would normally expect from a Colombian washed coffee, which is your chocolate, vanilla, and sugarcane flavors. Just to let you know, all 3 coffees were roasted 48 hours ago, and that is also still quite early. This coffee, actually, the flavor blooms. I've had it 2 weeks after it was roasted, and it was absolutely amazing. So we're starting with this one as it is closer to what you would normally expect from a Colombian washed coffee. This is a semi-wash from La Julia. The next one, it's a whoosh whoosh. Normally, you don't find easily whoosh whoosh varieties coming out of Colombia, as it is an Ethiopian variety. This one comes from Sebastián Ramírez at his farm El Placer in Quindío, located at 1,700 meters above sea level. What he did with this whoosh whoosh was to do carbonic maceration and honey drying afterwards. So the first step of the processing of the whoosh whoosh is the hand selection. The first step of fermentation is an aerobic fermentation in cherry fruit baskets for 24 hours. Afterwards, the coffee gets pulped and gets into sealed tanks, in 200-liter plastic tanks. They fill them with water for 200 hours and they instill CO2. That is the process that we all know as carbonic maceration. Throughout the fermentation, the pH levels and temperatures are carefully monitored, and then the coffee is lastly dried as honey on large patios for about 30 days until it reaches the desired moisture level between 10 to 12%. Those cherries then are milled and manually sorted in jute bags to stabilize for a week before being sent to the dry mill. This coffee has notes of honey candy. Lots of the coffees from El Placer will have a lemongrass, also aromas and notes, as the farm is full of lemongrass everywhere. They use it to keep the mosquitoes away. Some elderflower and pomelo notes as well. Now the last coffee is the Castillo. These ones come this Castillo called Castillo Maypop. Again, that name is given by the farmer, Mr. Julio Madrid at Milan Estate. This Maypop goes through a process that they named culturing. And again, Margaret is going to talk to you about fermentation, and this is probably more in line to what she will have to tell you, because this coffee with culturing, what they do is they create a starter culture just for you who bake bread at home. When you want to bake a sourdough, you also have a starter culture. They do a starter culture with local Saccharomyces that they find most often in their farm. And they process that yeast with locally available fruits. In the case of the Maypop, is processed with different types of passiflora, which is passion fruit, gulupa, curuba, and you can immediately get it from the aroma of the coffee. A lot of passion fruit coming out of there. What they do is, after meeting certain temperature conditions and pH, among other indicators, the coffee is mixed with the fruit along with the starter culture, passing to mixed fermentation process, generating an ideal environment for the multiplication of the yeast and bacteria in charge of fermenting. So they restrict the oxygen and they monitor the temperatures and pH in closed plastic bins with an escape valve. So again, I hope you enjoyed these 3 different fermented coffees. Hopefully, the next time that someone talks to you about a fermented coffee, you don't immediately think that it's going to be something completely extreme, but the idea of these farmers is to bring the best out of the varieties. On your tables, our friends from Toro also have put a drip bag of culture coffee as well from Finca Milan. It is the new, and when you brew that coffee, you can do it in your hotel, here in your house, whenever. Take your time, because that's a very special coffee that will remind you of a piña colada. That's my case. So it's coconut, pineapple, because of the way that it was fermented. So thank you guys from Toro for bringing that coffee for everyone. And now I'll give the microphone to, before Morgan. Thank you.
Wow, those are really interesting, especially that Castillo for me. Margaret, please come on up. I just want to get you set up. Would you like to use the standing
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. And Jose, thank you very much for setting the scene. I think it's been really interesting to taste the coffees. They're beautiful coffees, and I mean, Colombia has got, they make lovely coffees anyway, naturally, like you can see with that first La Julia. I mean, it's beautiful. I enjoyed it. And then, of course, what's good about this is that you get to see the impact of your fermentation and your different processing techniques that you use, which is really giving us a diversification of your profiles, and they're clearly distinctly different. So, I am someone who loves microbes and bugs, and so I am a microbiologist, and that's my, if you ask me what do I do, I'm a microbiologist. But over and above that, I work with microbes in food, mostly in beverages. So my history or background has been in wine making, and so the better part of my life, I won't disclose how many years, has been in the wine industry, and now I'm in coffee for the past 5 years. So yes, and it's been really, really exciting since I joined the coffee world to see, to experience coffee. I think I now experience it differently from what I did before. Because for me, before, coffee was all about caffeine. I was drinking it just to keep myself awake if I'm in a meeting and make sure that I drink copious amounts of it. But I thought coffee was a bitter product that I needed to add sugar, and I needed to add all the other stuff just to soften it a bit. And now that I have been introduced to all of you, people like you, I now know good coffee. Mike, thank you very much, I'm well connected to Mike. So anyway, let me not talk too much. Let me delve into the subject of fermentation. Melanie, thank you for inviting me. You said I should talk about the effects of fermentation on coffee. So I'm going to quickly introduce the company that I work for, who is Lalamand. In South Africa, you know Lalamand as anchor yeast. So we are a business that works with microbes. So our whole business is based on developing yeast and bacteria. So we select them, we develop them, we market them, we produce them in active form, in their inactive form. So our expertise is really, we love bugs. That's why I said I love bugs. And we are in the different industries. As you can see, lots of them. I am personally involved in coffee and cocoa, but we apply microbes in all these different areas. And there are different microbes that we use. The question that will come, and that Jose touched on, which yeast do I use for what? Trust you me, the different yeasts, we don't see them, or bacteria, we don't see them, but they all have different, their DNA is so different to the point where they can be different from the way I am different to a mouse. So different bugs are different in that way. That's why we can select and use different microbes for different applications, because what they do is different. So where do we find them? We find them everywhere around here. If we started selecting, we would find lots of them. And in origin, every farm, every producer will have a local microbial flora, yes. And when we select microbes, for us who are in the business of producing and selling microbes, we select them also in origin in different areas. Of course, we are looking for specific things in those microbes, so they have to add value to our products, let's put it that way. And why do we ferment? I think fermentation started as a way of preserving foods and drinks, and I mean, we shifting grapes to wine, we can keep that fruit for longer in a different form. In our case, we've got the cherries. We can't drink, in fact, for us, for coffee, we've got to really process that cherry for us to get to the coffee, because we're dealing with the bean, and that is the different difference with other products where we deal with the juice and all. For us, we want the bean. That's the product that we get to use at the end of the day. So it is a solid media that we are working with. It's not a liquid media. So if you ask me, how is fermentation going to impact the bean? That question has been asked. Some people think that there's not much impact. There is. You did see it with that. We've just finished a PhD sponsorship for which the lady finished last year. The question was, you know, is there really a transfer of flavor compounds into and out of the bean? And yes, clearly it was demonstrated. So that's a good starting point. And obviously we are looking at the microbes. They've got different enzyme activities that allow them to act on different compounds that are available already in your cherry or in your substrate, whatever you're fermenting or trying to work on. And those different enzyme activities are the ones that will then allow you to convert or release the aroma compounds into other, you know, flavor compounds. So when we are looking at yeast selection, we are looking at really what are we looking for? We want to add value. So that part of the job is really critical for us. We take a lot of time to do that before we actually come to you and say, oh, now we've got a yeast that we are going to put in your coffee. So for us, for example, we only commercialized the coffee yeast in 2017. That was our first product, but we had already started in 2014 to actually do the developmental work for that. Okay, so how does this work? I'm not going to give you a detailed biochemistry course, but in general, this is what it looks like. You know, yeast are going to make use of the sugars that are in our cherries, and they are going to break it down using the enzyme activities that they have, which are inside that gray little round thing that's the yeast. And they are, depending on the enzyme activities they have, they will be able to either convert it more into terpenes, your floral compounds, or into your aldehydes or your esters. So the things that you are finding in that third coffee, yeah, I know he said they also added some fruits themselves, but you could get something close to that just with your yeast in your cherries, in your coffee, without adding other fruits. So it's really all about, you know, the microbe you're using. The fruit that you're starting with is important. It's critical that your cherries are in good condition, and if it's not there, the yeast is not going to bring it in. So we are really working with what is in your fruit. And of course, bacteria also are, they play a part because they are in the ecosystem we are working, they are there. They also similarly do a similar job in terms of also using their enzyme activities that they have to convert different compounds into others that are more volatile. So in that case, you are going to increase the intensity of your aroma compounds. We are going to talk a lot about the fermentation process itself, which is really where you leave it for those microbes to work or to use the sugar. That's what they're doing. They use sugar. Normally they use sugar, they convert it into flavor compounds and alcohol, definitely alcohol and other flavor compounds. In our case, we're not looking to make alcohol. So for coffee, we're not really. So when we are selecting, we are also looking for microbes that are hopefully not going to go too much into alcohol. They will produce some which will be lost anyway because it's very little. And some of it is good for that whole, to allow that movement of your flavors into and out of your bean, which is what we want. So concentrated so that by the time the roasters get hold of that bean, it's really, really concentrated in flavor compounds that you can then roast, because you're going to lose some as you roast. So it's better to start with a high concentration so that if you lose some, you still have a really, really aromatic product. Let's proceed. So this is just a quick, summary on this, is that each yeast or bacteria has got its DNA that allows it to do specific things. And in our case, this is an example. We've got 3 products. If you use those 3 products on the same coffee or cherries, you're going to find different products, flavor profiles. That's just a, yeah. So different microbes are used for different applications. addressing the situation where people say, we do have baker's yeast in our house, so can we just use that? You can use that, but I can assure you, chances are you're not going to get the most out of it, because baker's yeast is designed to actually allow your dough to rise so that we have great bread, and of course it also assists with the flavor profile of your bread. But at the end of the day, for us, depending on the substrate you are working with, we're not looking at any of our coffee rising. We just want to convert. We want, we really want our coffee to be intensely flavorful and clean. And there are many other benefits, by the way, apart from the flavor, and I'm going to touch on those in a moment. So here we're talking about just showing you how microbes have been used in other industries, or they are used to date. We've got fermented sausages, that we use for charcuterie and all. That's bacteria, that's lactic acid bacteria that is being used in there. And of course, our sauerkraut, also again, lactic acid bacteria being used in that to increase the shelf life and also to affect the flavor profile of the product. So now when we have fermentation, we just really have an opportunity to control our fermentation. So why should we not be happy? Okay, the question that gets asked is, we have our microbes everywhere, like I've said earlier on, and I, as a person who sells yeast, I get asked, why must I use the yeast, and why can't I just use the microflora that is there? I'm not saying you don't have to use your naturally occurring microflora, because that's where we also select some of these products that we end up selling. So at the end of the day, but the point is that not every microbe that is there is going to be the best one for you. And also remember that the microbes really, really shift with the weather. So even in the same, like if we take 10 days or even 2 weeks, if the weather shifts, if you get hot days like we get in Cape Town sometimes, we get, from Norway, we get a 28 degrees Celsius, and the next 2 days we are down to 15. That really affects also your microbial flora. So if you were harvesting at that point, you would see that probably the microbes that were dominant in the first part when it was very hot, they shift. They're now going to be different when it cools down. So all those dynamics, they account for the differences that you get. Some people will say, I produced my coffee, same processing technique, same harvest, but one coffee got a score of 86 and the other one I got only as an 80, or, why did I get that difference? To a large extent, if everything is more or less the same, it's your microorganisms that you don't see, because we can't tell which one is now active and which one is not. So you can get really good microbes, naturally occurring. They can really make, and I mean, we've been doing it up to now for, I think, centuries. Coffee has been produced without adding any microbes. However, what you do get when you do control your fermentation, when you know what you are adding, is really just to have that confidence in what is processing, because remember, your microorganisms can be positive and some of them can add negatives. So if you're not sure, and then especially where you go to all those extended fermentations, and if you're not sure what is in your fermentation, you extend it, the chances of also getting some really interesting aromas, I'll call them, is also high, but it can be positive and negative. So imagine if it's a spoilage microorganism that is there and you extend it completely, you can also start getting some really bad stuff. But if it's positive, it will also allow you to really develop the good flavors. So yes, we do have their risks, but that's not to say that indigenous or native microbes are bad, not at all. But you can control them and use what you know. Let's proceed. This is just to show you how the yeast, yes, there's the story about Saccharomyces cerevisiae and non-Saccharomyces cerevisiae. Some of you would have heard a lot about this. Saccharomyces cerevisiae is a well-studied microorganism. We know it in and out. It's easier to work with as well. It's used in most foods. So, and from a production point of view, for us, it's easier to produce. And also from a shelf life point of view, it's great. As you can see, it's a strong fermentation capacity. It's got a resistance to alcohol. So yes, it works in difficult conditions, let's put it that way. And also, it's a well-researched species, I've already said that. And then when you look at the non-Saccharomyces, they're a bit difficult. They are interesting very much. So I think in coffee they have a space because they don't necessarily, they don't have a high resistance to alcohol, but in coffee we don't have too much alcohol. So those could be very interesting from a flavor point of view. And we know they are. The only challenge we have for us is that producing them is a nightmare. And also when we produce them, their shelf life is difficult. We need a cold chain, origin. We're not selling them in cities, we are selling in origin. That's where the coffee is grown and produced. So we need the product to arrive and be kept there in good condition. So if it's too sensitive, it can die. Okay, so where do we apply the coffee, the fermentation? Coffee fermentation is really, it's been happening. As we harvest our cherries, between that harvesting point to the time when we finish the fermentation, we go to drying. So that's the part that I mostly get involved in. And really, we are working with a fruit that has got mucilage. In the past, I think fermentation has been defined as removal of mucilage. Once mucilage is off, we are happy, we say the fermentation is finished. But really what's happening is, yes, the yeast and the bacteria are allowing, or rather their enzyme activities are allowing the depectinization, which makes the mucilage fall off, which is good, and then we can go and dry. And that is a clean product because it's got less sugar, the mucilage has got most of those sugars, so it's no longer there to feed our bacteria and the bad fungi the molds that can then grow later on. So when we remove that, it keeps our coffee clean. However, if you are fermenting and we want to really get the most out of a fermentation process, we also want to allow those flavor compounds that have been released to then soak. During fermentation, when you get to a farm, it smells amazing, it's beautiful. But those are all the flavor compounds that are being released. So we want to try and capture those flavor compounds and make sure that they get into our beans so that by the time we then take it to dryness, it's all locked inside and then it comes to us so that we can enjoy it in our cups. So at the end of the day, there is, when you ferment, I'm not talking about adding yeast or not, I'm talking about general fermentation. It's got its impacts. It can, if you do it well, it can really, really give you positive, it can have positive impacts. If you don't do it well, it can also result in negative, impacts, which is not good. So at the end of the day, you want to make sure that, you use those enzyme activities that are going to be beneficial for your coffee. You're going to have that removal of your mucilage. You're going to have the flavor, yes, but at the same time, it's a clean coffee, so you're not going to have that spoilage that you have. You're going to increase, in fact, the one thing I didn't put in there is increase your shelf life, because when you don't have those microbes that are going to start attacking your green coffee, you are going to, in fact, elongate or increase your shelf life. And this we have noted. I'll give you a story later on. But your coffee quality is improved as well. So either be it flavor diversification, you can certainly do that. With the same crop, you can have different products that you can then target different markets, and if you know your markets well. So it's a tool. Fermentation is a tool that can be used and well controlled to really give you a lot and get the best out of your product. And then of course, if you don't control it well and you just let it happen, you can have an over-fermentation situation, and especially when you don't know what microbes are in there. What we have noticed is that when you are controlling and when you know the microbes that are in there, you can also extend that fermentation without the negative risks. So that's part of the controlling the process that we're talking about. And of course, a failed fermentation is going to result in really, really bad situations where your coffee does stink. We don't want stinkers. And we don't want any overproduction of those chemicals that can also be really putric, which is not nice. And of course, in under-fermented coffee, you're still going to have sugars, and you're going to have a feeding ground for all these other bugs that are not positive, positively impacting your coffee, and we don't want that. So let's control our fermentation. So yeah, I think I've been talking about the benefits as I've been talking. This is just a summary. If you were to add, to control your fermentation, let's set aside, yes, I'm a yeast person, I want to sell yeast, but let me not go there. Let's start by talking about just controlling your fermentation. You can really, really, really have the benefits that is, in terms of managing your, the risks that can happen. You can reduce that, so it's good to be in control rather than to wait for, whatever nature. It's good, of course, to be surprised by nature, but sometimes those surprises can be really, really devastating especially for your pocket. And of course, the biocontrol point, which is really good, and this is the point that also speaks to the shelf life of your product. We have a customer in Ethiopia. Over the past 3 years, he's been trying the product, and this year, he then called me, he said, they scaled up now, and he said, I still have some coffee. He still had a little bit from, 2020, 21, and 22 season. And he said, I put those, blindly, and people cupped it. And he got a surprise because the coffee, we know that our coffee shelf life is maybe a year, 14 months for Ethiopia. I don't know. And the coffee from 2020 definitely would have gone beyond that by now. And then when they put that coffee, initially that coffee was a good coffee anyway. It scored an 89 right at the beginning. And when they cupped it blindly, now they didn't know it was just amongst other fresh coffees. The cuppers, the Q graders, they cupped it and they scored it at 92. So this is where he said, hold on a second, this is, the coffee, normally it goes, down with time, but this one is actually, improved with time. And that is obviously a game changer for him, and for them, they're like, look, this is really good for the industry. So in that scenario, clearly the coffee the yeast that they used is really, it just overtakes whatever microbes that are in there. So it's going to be the dominant microbe that is going to be fermenting. And we know that we are selecting microbes that are not going to have negative impacts, and this is going to assist with that. Then, of course, if you're going to, if you're going to be doing the washed process, you also reduce your water usage by about 25%, which is good because, especially for me who lives in Cape Town, I experienced the day zero story. We need to save water, even if you've got a lot of water. And of course, your time management, you'll see that your demucilagination is going to happen within a few hours. That's not to say your fermentation is complete. If you want to affect the flavor, please give it longer time. We recommend that you ferment on average about 38 hours at the minimum. You can go 24 for those that are really rushing, because of course when you're harvesting, you might not have the space to keep it for long. However, you can go we recommend up to 96 hours if you are controlling everything, if you've got your temperature control in place. But we know that people are going even up to 120. Today I heard about the 200 hours. So and the coffee was nice, it's nice. So there you go. So if you've got things in control and your temperatures are well under control, you can extend your fermentation. But all this is about controlling your fermentation. You have to be in control and not just let it go on its own. So processing overview, we know that, you ferment the different processing protocols. These are on them, by themselves, they're going to give you different coffees anyway. Your washed process, your depulped or whole fruit or submerged or not submerged, dry process. So all these processing techniques are important, and it's part of controlling fermentation as well, with or without addition of microbes. In our case, you would add microbes where you've got sugar. You need the food for the yeast. So if you're going to do your mechanical demucilagination, please don't add yeast that you've bought because you're going to waste your money. But if you're doing the other parts, that's great. This is just to show you, where the yeast comes in, depending on whether you're doing whole fruit processing or not. If you click on those drums, I think they move. I think there's a little arrow that moves. Yeah, so that's just to show you how people mix, because it's difficult to move coffee. It's really heavy. It's fine, we can move to the next one. Of course, what's important is that if you're doing, this is the whole fruit that was pulped, okay. So again, same hours that we recommend. People don't have tanks, so the industry, we know that, people are, we've got the concrete tanks, we've got the drums, people are starting to use that, but if you're scaling up, those are really, really small. If you're going to be scaling up and doing big volumes, it'll be tricky. So people use everything that they can get, as you can see with that plastic bag, but you know that CO2 is being produced, so it can burst. You've got to manage it properly. Okay, this is just to show you how you can speed up your demiscegenation process by adding yeast. And as you can see there, your control is in red, and that the amount of mucilage that was removed within the same hours, you see you remove more in a very short space of time. I talked about consistency, did I? Or I didn't mention the consistency part. So the other reason why you want to control your fermentation is really to have a consistent product or your consistent quality from either month to month, season to season, year to year. And this you can really achieve by controlling your fermentation, especially if you add a specific microbe, because then you can really get closer to the flavor profile that you're looking for. Of course, you keep everything the same. In this case, as an example, this is a trial. It was plus or minus 8 tons were fermented per day, and we had a control for each, so no yeast and yeast added. What's important in this, what I want to show you is when you look at that red line, it goes up and down, up and down. So you're really moving from 78 to 84 score, and this is huge. And for the producer, it is a lot. It can mean a lot of money. It's different because at 78 you're not a specialty. Above 80 you're a specialty producer, and you get paid more money. So, but when you look where you're controlling your fermentation, the difference is 2 points, and we're right at the top there. So it's fluctuating day to day, and for this experiment, the producer was very happy because it was obviously clear for them what they needed to do. Next slide. Biocontrol, this is just to show you what happens where you add a yeast and when you don't. So the first Petri dish, that was taken from a fermentation that had been inoculated with yeast. The second one, we did not inoculate, it's a control. So there you can see you've got a lot of stuff growing. With the yeast one, you've got really, a clean, those are the yeasts, white things, that's yeast that we inoculated. And that's going to have an impact on the flavor of your product at the end of the day. This is just to show you, Vietnam trials that we did in Vietnam, just to see the difference that you can make. Yeah, this is Robusta, yes. So when you look at a score of 59 without yeast and a score of a 69, it's huge, it's a big difference. Of course, this is Robusta, so you're getting closer to fine Robusta if you did that. Unlike Arabica, but this is a 10-point difference, which is really, really good. In their case, they were very happy. And also just to show you, when you're doing, if it's a wet process, again, you're going to see differences. Different yeasts are going to give you different quantities of esters or terpenes. So again, depending on what you're looking for, you can really manage to control and get a diverse portfolio. India, what was this on? This was on not Robusta, this was Arabica. Again, they did trials, this was last year, and that difference from 70 to 80, 69.5 to 80.75, that's huge. And it can really, it's improving your quality. So at the end of the day, I'm just showing you that when you ferment and you control your fermentation, you can really achieve big things. There's a lot of room for improvement in most of the great coffees that are being produced. That's it. That's another example that I had. I think I want us to talk if there are people that have got questions. I don't know what other slides I still have. I think that's about it. And you can go to that's the portfolio we have, but you can find us on the last slide. No. There you go. You can find us on there if you're interested, and I want to take questions. Yes.
If you don't have the microphone, the live stream folks can't hear, so let me bring you a microphone. 1, 2, 1, 2. Just hold it close to your mouth.
1, 2. Okay. So a fresh green bean has got an embryo. Does fermentation affect germination?
Yes. So especially if you're doing a submerged fermentation, you're playing, it's a balancing act. You're going to start terminating your seed. So that's why, especially if you're doing submerged pulped fermentations, you probably want to not overextend, because you will have your seed starting to germinate. But when it germinates, there's also that, difference in your biochemistry of your seed is going to shift as well, which will have an impact on your flavor as well. So it's really that balancing act between that. So 48 hours is fine. I know some producers that say they don't want to go beyond that because they feel that it's too much and you are starting to lose rather than benefit from it. So yes, so it's a balancing act.
So another question. Am I right in saying that the microbes don't necessarily have a flavor? So whatever flavors are, whatever flavors / chemical compounds or strain of compounds that are in there that taste like whatever. So am I right in saying that the microbes are merely altering the strains and creating different flavors, or?
Yeah, the microbes have got different enzyme activities that will target different, let's call them bonds, chemical bonds in your cherry. So your flavor compounds are inherent in your cherry, and if they are not there, if I put a certain yeast that has got the ability to release esters and there are no esters in your product, they're not going to be released. And if I also take different varieties, Robusta and Arabica, use the same strain, you're not going to have the same product. It's all because you've got, your fruit is coming from what you've got. And the other question that gets asked is, my neighbor and me, are we going to produce the same coffee because we're going to use the same yeast? Not really, because you're doing a lot of different things. You've got even your local, your terroir. You know, the French use the term terroir. Your environment is not necessarily exactly the same as your neighbors. And what you do in terms of your management of your crops is different. And also even the sunlight you get and the angles and everything. So there's so much that affects your quality of your fruit that you will not get the same product. But if you want to try and get to the same product, if you share your recipes and everything, you could get to something that is similar. Which is why you can say from season to season, I want to target this profile, and I'm going to try and reproduce it every year because I'm so happy with it.
More questions? Hands up. I'll bring in the microphone. Des.
I'm a small farmer down on the coast. If you add any, I've actually got a double-barreled question. I think it's more for the roasters. Is one question is, do you guys want us as a producer to add yeast into your coffee or into our fermentation, so therefore enhancing better flavors? And then the other question are the baristas, when they go to Winston, to World Champs and that, are they allowed these yeasts in the green bean. So I don't know if it's really dealt with your question. If what you guys want, you know, is from my perspective.
It's a great question. It's great questions. Let's hear the responses and I'll put my take on that.
I think it's the like fruit culturing is not allowed, but I think just using yeasts or I think that is allowed. I need to brush up on the rules. Thank you very much. But no. But I think as a competitor, you probably won't be put off by the fact because at the end of the day, it's about what you get in the cup. As long as you're not adding something that's not there into the cup, which isn't what the yeast does. It's just enhancing what's inherent in the coffee itself. So that isn't as bad as adding cinnamon, there we go, and adding that to the coffee.
Yes, just to add to that, I mean, because I work with different origins and, you know, worldwide, there have been competitions where initially they were like really saying, no, you shouldn't be using yeast because it's giving an advantage that is too much, you know, too different. And they've opened up now. If you look at Panama, I think that was one area. They've opened up and there's more and more. They're actually opening some yeast categories. Brazil, they're opening yeast categories where you enter your in competitions. So the Cup of Excellency and all those. So, and also, you know, we are, as producers of yeast, we are using naturally occurring microbes. We do not play with GMOs and stuff like that. So it's really, they exist anyway in your environment. We are just giving you a high concentration of that so that it becomes the one that controls your fermentation. That's my take on that. And I think we haven't, you know, it's been fine. No one has said we shouldn't be using yeast to date.
Any roasters in the room want to respond to Des? Do you want the fermentation control processes? Jono, Etienne? Any roasters want to respond?
Yeah.
David Wallstra.
Thanks. How's it, Dave? I think Winston hit the nail on the head. It's got to be true to the coffee. And the measure, I mean, we were discussing this earlier. The measure is, can you drink the coffee every day? You know, and for us, we've got just a little explanation. He's got a drawer underneath of all these wonderful coffees people have given us. 3-4 months later, half of those bags still remain in the drawer because we're not drinking those coffees every day. So if the fermentation is true to form, and it's good and it's drinkable every day, I think everybody's going to welcome it. Thanks.
True. Yeah, and I think just to add on, because I have a bit of sight over some, you know, roasters and all that, what they're doing, I think, yes, they are really looking for some of this and it's becoming more and more, which is great. We need the pull factor from the roasters because the producers can produce it, but they want to know whether the market is there for them, which it's a very, very good question, and it gets asked a lot, you know, and we get asked, can you put me in contact with roasters that are looking to buy this kind of products, because they are there that are also saying, we want them, but they're not yet there enough. So I don't know, you know, we are in a space where it's just beginning and people are trying and some are happy, but when they're happy, they don't have enough volume for them to really put it in their lines in big quantities, but it's happening.
Questions? Anyone else? Jono.
I think it's just, I suppose, just a comment to add to what other roasters have said. I think what was exciting for me to see in your graph was just the consistency of cupping score. So I think that's what roasters are looking for. is it's obviously nice when you cup a coffee consistently over a time period and those scores are consistent. Obviously, I think it's quite exciting to see, from a producer perspective, a 10-point bump in your score. I mean, that's going to make a difference from a pricing point of view, so I think that is great. And I think then just to sort of confirm David and Craig's sort of observations around the fact that as long as that you're not adding, I think it's a key that we're not adding flavors into the coffee, but rather enhancing what is already there. I think consumers, roasters, I think they're looking for that, and some consistency would be great.
True. Yes, I showed some 10 points differences there. Those are amazing. And that was we find that mostly with Robusta. I don't know why, but Robusta, we're finding more scores. With Arabica, I think people traditionally have worked so much on the Arabicas from a specialty point of view that the differences maybe are 2 to 3 points. But what is critical, what can happen is you would definitely be able to diversify your flavor portfolio, let's call it that. So yeah, some people will say, well, I already get in 90. So how many more points am I can't promise that you're going to go beyond 90 and get to 95, or even if you get to 91, that's great, or 92. You can do that, but what will happen is you can definitely get an intensity of your aromas that will obviously already show a distinct difference from what you already have.
Any more questions?
Yeah, this is not really a question, but there's an ongoing world discussion, especially when it comes to fermented coffees. Some people are extremely very purists, and they will not want anything added to their coffee, and that's the biggest market that we have. Some farmers are pushing to the boundaries and going with fermenting with yeast and some bacteria under controlled circumstances like Margaret showed. But it's also very interesting to hear internationally what they're talking about specifically for competitions when it comes to fermented versus infused coffees. And there has been a very interesting conversation, for example, between Christopher Ferran and Sasa Sestic regarding the presence of infused or fermented coffees for competition. I think that for us as importers and for you as roasters, the main thing that we owe to the final consumer, which is our coffee drinker, is transparency. So as long as it is fully disclosed how the coffee was processed, if there was something added during the time of processing, it's up at the end to the final consumer to decide and judge if they're willing to drink and enjoy that cup of coffee. And of course, it's up to each of the panel of jurists of each competition to decide if they're going to allow fermented coffees to compete. I know that WBC is still very strict, but individually each country has different rules, and I think it's just a beautiful thing to see that new coffees and new flavors are coming out in the international scene.
All right, any more questions? All right, so what I want you to do now is I want you to think about which was your favorite, the Julia, the Whoosh, or the Castillo, and then by show of hands we're gonna see which ones you folks enjoyed the most. But before you do that, or before we all do that, I just want to thank Margaret. That was so fascinating, really insightful and very high level. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Margaret. I think we all learned something about fermentation today. I also just wanted to say on Jose's point that I'm of that opinion as well. I think that experimentation is great, and it might not be what the mass consumer wants, but I think it's very interesting that it's happening. Even when you do add other fruits to the fermentation process, I think that creates some interesting profiles, and we shouldn't be closed off to it, even though it's not like for the vast market. That's just my 2 cents. Everybody, so Ian, you wanted to do a poll.
Okay, poll. Put your hands up if you like the La Julia the best. 2.
Okay.
Daniel, you can't put your hand down. What's up? Okay, just checking. Okay, so not that many. Interesting. Okay, what about the whoosh?
Okay, couple more hands in the room, all right.
And the Castillo, everybody else. Okay. Oh, there you go.
Guys, that was the most fermented or had some interesting flavors. It was, like it was the one that was played around with a lot more. Like it had a lot more interesting flavor notes. So isn't that interesting that, even though we're discussing that it's tricky to play around with it, we all liked it. We all liked that, very fermented, interesting, fruity flavor profile. So, good, excellent. Okay, guys, that was very interesting. If no one has any more questions or comments on fermentation, which you are welcome to have, then I think we shall break for lunch. And we shall see you all back here after lunch at 1:30. Yeah, okay. Thanks, guys.
Enjoy your lunch.
Just a note as well, again, that there's the water station to fill up your water bottles. Your lunches will come out with your names on them. They need to go to the coffee shop and get them. And also, we've got our beautiful Genio 3 kg in the corner where Neil is going to be firing up the roaster to do some roasts. So please come and have a look at that as well. And enjoy.
When I came over to your house, I dreamt that I was bleeding out, and I woke with you inside of my mouth and questions of the why and how again. And someday lonely, I won't be again. Again.
So now you think that there's a part of you who could love someone or who could screw. Things I was trying to rationalize, I just can't let it overtake my mind. You tell me to give up the family, I tell you I'll stay in society. I won't follow you into the wild, but maybe someday we could have a child. One of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants, one of us, one of us wants what the other can't live. So now I think that there's a part of me who could love someone or who could be free. But I'm just trying to be like us again. And baby, I know that's no way to win. One of us, one of us, one. Can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it. See me fly, you got it. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy.
guitar, trying to impress. We only dream out in the blackness. Won't you take me to the discotheque? Where we go to party and we dress to impress. Eyes on the floor of the vanguard. Got down on my knee, give you my heart. And you said I do. Like I am so small. You make me feel so whole. Wake up in your arms. Like I am so small. You make me feel so whole. I'ma do the damn thing. I'ma do the dance in my life. I'ma do the damn thing. I'ma do the dance in my life. Not asking for help, so don't throw me lines. I'm living it well, not gonna change my mind. Nobody can tell me how to live my life. Living my life. Not asking for help, so don't throw me lines. I'm living it well, not gonna change my mind. Nobody can tell me how to live my life. Living my life.
I can see it in your eyes, and I just think that I could look nice here by your side, by your side. It could be so nice, you and
that you were beaten, 'cause the war between us is such a familiar place. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. I know I'm filling you up, I'm filling you up with rage. But God knows I'd give you my love, I'd give you that any day. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you. You know you drive me crazy, you know you drive me mad, but I can never live a day without you.
If I am pretty, will you love me? If I am funny, will you love me? Don't look so unsatisfied. I'll do everything for you. My bed is empty, so is my heart. Though it
take you away to where the sun shines so bright, so bright. You can stare at the stars at night, at night. You can tell me anything you like. I'll take you away to where the sun shines so bright, so bright. You can stare at the stars at night, at night. You can tell me anything you like. when I came over to your house. I dreamt that I was bleeding out, and I woke with you inside of my mouth, and questions of the why and how again. And maybe when I'm heading out, I'll think of what we talked about, and maybe I won't hear a sound, just empty, nothing floating around again. When I moved into your new place, I lost a little more than space. Now I just hide behind the days when you're at work or I'm away again. No, I wouldn't change a thing to love like this. It makes me sing, but don't you for one second think that one day lonely I won't be again. Again.
So now you think that there's a part of you who could love someone or who could screw. Things I was trying to rationalize, I just can't let it overtake my mind. You tell me to give up the family, I tell you I'll stay in society. I won't follow you into the wild, but maybe someday we could have a child. One of us wants one of us wants one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us wants one of us wants one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us wants one of us wants one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us wants one of us wants one of us wants what the other can't live. So now I think that there's a part of could be free. But I'm just trying to be like us again. And baby, I know that's no way to win. One of us wants, one of us wants, one of us wants what the other can't give. One of us wants, one of us wants, one of us wants what the other can't love. One of us wants, one of us wants, one of us wants what the other can't love. And it's an age-old circle. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I don't know why I choose this when I know I'm just gonna cry. And it's an age-old story. I don't know why I'm so surprised. I gotta swallow up my pride. Got to accept that you're not mine. Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sound. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of hearts never breaks. Falling asleep, here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you. Try to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong
Okay, great. Come on in, everybody. We got our next tasting starting shortly. I just wanted to chat a little bit about what's happening at the end of today's program, which is the Marzocco Barista Heroes, which is a great initiative that's been running. First it happened in Joburg, and there was a winner that was announced, and tonight they're going to announce the top 5 baristas in KZN of these Barista Heroes. There will also be a foosball championship, which is a national event, and if you would like to enter a team in this event, then you need to speak to Arnell, who will be around the Marzocco Hario booth, and she will take down your names, and you will be going up against people from all over the country. And so if you fancy yourself an excellent foosball player, then this is your time to shine. I mean, get involved. So that's what's happening this evening. It's going to be fun, relaxed. There's going to be some coffee competitions. There's going to be beers, and we can all hang out and relax together. And we're going to crown the KZN Barista Hero #1. Okay, so that'll be great for later, but for now, we are into our next tasting of the day, and I'm going to hand over to Mr. Winston Thomas, who's going to lead us through the next part of the program. And if you don't know him, then where have you been? But he is our current national barista champion, and it is his 3rd time having won that competition. And he is off to Melbourne at the end of September to represent us, and we wish him all the best, and thank you for being here as ever. Thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Melanie. I'm also just a coffee guy. Welcome, folks. Are we having a good time? Yes? No? It's that after lunch feeling, right? After lunch, it's like everyone's tired and stuff like that. Yeah, so we're going to move into a tasting now with Mr. David Walstra from Seam. Can we give a round of applause for David? I think David's been doing amazing work, not just with his cafe space and his roastery, but also sourcing coffees ethically and having a direct line from farmer to product. So he's going to take us through his tasting first, and then shortly after, we're going to move over to Producer Focus, where we're also going to be talking with the founder of Raw Material, Alan Tomlins, right? But first up, we're going to start off with the tasting. I'm going to hand over to David, and we'll open up the floor for questions as we go along. Okay, one more round of applause for David, folks.
Cheers. Thanks very much, Winston. All right, super. So on the table there, you'll see 3 different coffees. These are all raw material coffees. We'll get involved later about what raw material is all about. But for now, you just need to know that you are dealing with a Timor-Leste natural process. That's the Laclo. My suggestion would be for you to try that last. And the first one would be the Diego Woolridge. That's a Mexico, followed by the Beatrice Girolda, which is the Colombia. So, yeah, so let's go with the Diego first, then on to the Beatrice, then onto the Laclo. Just want to have a look. Can we put it up on the screen if you don't mind? It's up already. All right, there we go. So I don't need to do too much of an intro. Those are the flavor profiles that you're going to find. I think some of the coffees would have cooled down a little bit now, so the flavors are going to change a little bit. But you get the gist of what the coffees are about. And all 3 of them are from different regions run by Raw Material. Raw Material has Timor-Leste, Rwanda, Burundi, Colombia, and Burundi. So those are 3 of the 5 Raw Material regions.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, folks, do we have any questions for David on the coffees? So it's roasted by Seam Coffee, made available via raw material, and I've been told that some of the green coffee will be made available as well, right? I think it's 3 very different regions, very interesting regions. Any questions for David on these coffees? Why did we have the specific order, David? You told us to taste in a very specific order. What's the method behind the madness there?
So purely because the laclo is a natural, and I think that one would be overwhelming on the palate up front. So really, that's just the one to finish off with. That really is the only reason behind that. Yeah. Did everybody get some of the flavor profiles on those 3 coffees? Were you able to experience the variations in those? Yeah. Super.
I think we'll get them working a little bit, David. Let's get into a poll. Can we do that? It seems like we're going to have to work to get you guys moving a little bit after lunch, eh? Right, has everyone tasted all 3 coffees? Has everyone tasted all 3? You're still making your way through them? Okay. Obviously enjoy the first few ones, taking a bit longer to get to the last one. I know which one I enjoy the most. Okay, folks, by show of hands, Diego? Mexico? Oh, you're still waiting. Apologies.
There's a couple there. Can I get it too?
No, we're going to see who votes for Diego, who enjoyed it. I think not everyone has received it.
How many you need it?
So we're just going to move on. Check if the raw material.
Thanks. And just as a matter of interest with the pictures that you see next to the coffees, raw material works with the farmers and the communities, and they themselves decided on an animal or a bird that would represent the region from where the coffee comes from. So the influence over those various pictures are actually from the community themselves. They really get involved at grassroots level, and they're the ones who decided to pick those for whatever reason that represented that region or a farm.
Okay, we've all tasted the Diego. Okay, by show of hands, folks, Mexico, Diego. Here we go, 1. Very nice. 2. Show of hands, Colombia, Beatrice. I'm not going to be able to count everyone here. We're going to have to do it a second time. And last but not least, the Laclo. I'm going to be biased here, folks, if I say I think it's the Laclo, eh? Okay. David's going to make... Do you have a favorite? Do you put your hand up, David?
I
don't mean to put you on the spot, it's okay.
I'm a fan of Timor-Leste for a few reasons, so definitely the Laclo.
Okay, one more time. Show of hands for Beatrice. Okay, now everyone's just going with the crowd, eh? Thank you very much. And last but not least, the Timor-Leste Laclo. I think it's safe to say, David.
It's the winner,
Preference,
absolutely,
right?
yeah.
Very nice.
Thank you.
So we're gonna cross over very soon to raw, but do you mind giving just the intro into raw material, David, and perhaps the relationship and how it came about, yeah, and how these coffees became available?
All right, super. Thanks very much. Can we just pop these up on the screen if you wouldn't mind? Thanks very much. So something quite interesting through our journey with coffee, we visited farms and we visited various regions and understood how coffee was produced, and we always had the question in mind of how much was the farmer paid. It is one of the hardest things to determine. And you know, all the good work that John has done from being there with fair trade is able to ensure that the livelihoods of the farm is protected. I mean, that's really the bottom line. That's why we're in this game. We're in this game to ensure that there is some type of a transparency upstream as well as downstream. So I think all of these questions started coming to mind, and quite interestingly, I was at a wedding of a producer who he was in Rwanda, but his wedding was in Pondicherry in India, where we met up with the guys from Raw Material. And spending 5 days at this beautiful beach resort, you got nothing to do but talk coffee. And that's where I met up with Matt Grayley from Raw Material. And Raw Material is a non-profit organization that seeks to uplift coffee communities where coffee is grown. It's the bottom line of why we're all in this business, to ensure that some way there's a form of transparency. And I would actually say or put money on the fact that the sixth wave of coffee, or call it what you will, is going to be about transparency. I think more and more we're asking the questions, we're wanting to know where was the benefit. The millennials are wanting to know where the benefit, more people are conscious thinking on wanting to know where the benefit is. Why can't we give that to them by ensuring that there is a transparency? And I never had a coffee hero until I met Matt Grayley. Matt Grayley, who's the founder of Raw Material, the work that they've done for community is absolutely incredible. I've never been bowled over with Rockstar Roasters, and I love the work that Tim Wendelboe does and Patrick Rolfe, and they do fantastic work. But when you're really talking about the difference people make, that's what Raw Material does. So Colombia, Timor-Leste, Rwanda, Burundi, and Mexico. Those are their 5 regions. And I just want to go on to, so this is what Raw Material is all about. So you just pop it up on the screen for us, please. Oh, is it on the screen? Oh, sorry, I'm not seeing it now. Okay, thanks very much. So Raw Material is about 100% of profits back to producers. That is, it's remarkable. And you say, well, how is that possible? So Raw Material is a non-profit organization. And as a non-profit organization, 100% of the profits go back to the producers. We're going to get Al on the line now, and I think we can unpack that, or he can unpack that for you a little bit more. But just on, I'd like to just have a little bit of a case study on the involvement in Timor-Leste. So Timor-Leste is East Timor. Does everybody know where Timor-Leste is? I think that's the first talking point, as Winston was saying, is like, where is it? And then you start talking about it, and then you realize it's a small independent island nation. In fact, it's one of the youngest countries in the world. Through independence, they gained independence and moved on their own. And Timor-Leste was beholden on oil, and the oil production was massive, and then it started dwindling and dwindling. And now 30% of all people in Timor-Leste are directly or indirectly involved with coffee. So the reason that Raw Material got involved in Timor-Leste is to create economic freedom through coffee. And Timor-Leste was brilliant to do that. So when you have a look at what was happening there, Timor-Leste didn't flag. We still, we're in coffee. We don't really know about what was happening in Timor-Leste. It didn't flag. So the reason they got involved there and saying, wait a minute, we can make a difference in community by getting involved in coffee and creating economic freedom. So through the process, they've been involved there for about four years. Through the process, they were able to increase the yields and increase the quality of the coffee. So it was never a starting factor to say, hey, we're getting involved here because the coffee's good. We're getting involved because we can make a difference in people's lives. So we brought in a container of Timor-Leste late last year, and we're bringing 2 more in this year. And as the container shipped, we found out that Raw Material won 7 of the top 10 coffees out of 155 submitted in the national competition. So they've taken people who didn't flag from sort of obscurity, who were beholden on intermediaries for their coffee, and ensured that the quality has been taken to a next level. And just to quote some figures, recently the farmers received $537,000 more than they would have if they traded coffee in the old method. That is a huge, huge difference that Raw Material can make in the lives of the farmers. The next thing is that Raw Material is now responsible for 10% of all coffee exports in Timor-Leste. So again, you're now taking 10% of those people and uplifting them to a whole new level. You'll see later, we'll go into, when Al's online, we'll start unpacking what the farmers made in terms of profit in Timor-Leste. And what they made in profit, not what they were paid, is sometimes in excess of 5 times what people are paid for coffee. So there is a huge, huge benefit from doing this. So now raw material has moved from thinking about looking after community to now uplifting an entire nation. That's the difference that coffee can have if people actually care about the process and put this into action. So super exciting things happening with raw material, and we're glad to be involved.
On that note, we have Al on the line. There we go. Alan, welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
You can't hear us, but can we get a round of applause for Alan? You can't hear us though.
Thank you.
Great, so for the topic, we're covering the ethical considerations of coffee value chain in both specialty and commercial coffee. Alan, would you like to just give a bit of perspective on raw material from your side in an intro? David has taken us through the beginning. Over to you from here.
Yeah, great. I mean, to introduce myself briefly, my name's Alan Tomlin. I'm based in the UK. I'm coming to you from Brighton in the UK at the moment. I'm the general manager of our operation here in Europe. So we are the main import arm of raw material. We import coffees from the various origins in which we work and sell them into the market here in Europe. As a wider global company, as I'm sure David has already touched on, raw material is a social enterprise. 100% of the profits that we generate are returned to coffee producers that we work with. We work with producers in 5 countries: Colombia, Mexico, Burundi, Rwanda, and as we've already spoken about a little bit, Timor-Leste.
Super. Thanks, Finn. All right, I think what we're going to talk about a little bit is Timor-Leste, and I think Al has got a really good handle on what's happening there. I've been learning from him on some exciting things. So Al, if you just wouldn't mind taking us through just a brief overview on what's happening in Timor-Leste and where you're going and the exciting things that are happening.
Sure. So we began working in Timor-Leste in 2017. And really, I think as you touched on before, David, the rationale for that was not based on coffee quality. It was much more based around the situation in Timor-Leste and the potential impact we could have by working there. So when Matt Graley, who is the founder of Raw Material, he traveled to Timor-Leste in 2017 as part of a kind of research trip with some of the funding partners that we now work with in the region there. Still is heavily reliant on oil export revenue. It accounts for, I believe, around 85 to 90% of the country's export revenue. And those oil reserves are due to run out in, I believe, 2023 or maybe 2024. So very, very soon, meaning this is not a viable long-term solution for a country to base export revenue around. Now, the second smallest export product, albeit very small in comparison to oil, was coffee. And coffee in Timor-Leste is grown by a huge number of producers. The actual production per producer is very small. It's much more typical to coffee producers we would typically see in Africa, which would be smallholder farms, just a couple of hectares of land, not exclusively growing coffee, and nothing like the larger estates and even like larger family farms that we're used to in Latin America. So with such a huge range of people and such a huge percentage of the population, especially in rural areas like Katsabi where we work, coffee was really quite clearly a way to try and improve the economic future for many people in Timor-Leste and to move some of that reliance, especially on export revenue, away from oil and into coffee. So for us as a company, we're a very small company in the scale of importers. And so because we are impact driven, because we're non-profit, we're a for-purpose company, we have to ensure that the projects we choose to do and the places that we choose to work are the most impactful because we have limited resources, we have limited time, we have limited people, we have limited capital. So we need to make sure we are working in those areas where we think we can have the most impact. And Timor-Leste, given this situation with the reliance on dwindling oil supplies, with a large number of coffee producers and a large coffee production, albeit nearly all commercial, fit that bill as well as we could think as anywhere else, certainly equally to Colombia or Rwanda or Burundi or Mexico. And so we decided to invest pretty heavily. So what that looked like in the first year was, as well as a lot of fact finding and a lot of research, the fundamental thing was to build our first wet mill there. So we built a central washing station. Again, much like you would see in many African producing countries where we have a central washing station based around a town. This first one was in a village called Raimuti, which is now one of the coffees that we offer. We built a central washing station and then began obviously receiving coffee cherries from the producers around us. Now, in order to maximize the value and the profitability of that coffee, we not only built a very good infrastructure at the washing station, so African-style raised beds for drying coffee rather than simply drying it on matting on the floor, which would be the normal, and rather than home processing it, which is how a lot of coffee would be produced in Timor-Leste as well. We also, Miguel Fajardo, who is the head of raw material Colombia, and who oversees all of our kind of coffee production side of things. He's a third-generation coffee producer. He traveled to Timor-Leste in that first year to oversee the wet mill build, to deliver training for the wet mill, for the actual processing and drying of the coffee, but then also to deliver in-person trainings for farmers on good farm practice, on good coffee management, and to help improve the yields and the quality of coffee in the farm. What we quickly realized was in-person trainings are fantastic. It's an excellent way to deliver first-hand knowledge and information, but by its very nature, it can only reach a certain amount of people. And given that we have some thousands and thousands of smallholder coffee producers across not just the region we were working, but the whole nation of Timor-Leste, we figured out pretty quickly that actually producing video guides in both English, Portuguese, and Tetum, which is the local kind of lingua franca in Timor-Leste, producing these guides in all three languages and making them of a file size suitable to be shared on WhatsApp or Facebook would be by far the most impactful way to actually deliver basic level, farm level training practices and good practices for producers across the whole country. So at the same time as delivering these trainings, we were able to complete the first washing station just before the main point of the harvest that year. We were able to receive some small amounts of cherry that season, just in time to enter them into the national quality competition. And then we took most of the top 10 places with those coffees. So it was a fantastic achievement that first year. And then from there, really, like that was the why, and that was the kind of how we initially got started. And from there, we've gone from 1 to now 6 washing stations. By partnering with various aid agencies in Australia and Timor-Leste, we've been able to get funding to build 6 washing stations across that star base. And so we've been able to increase our volumes, as David said, to being around 10% of the exportable coffee from Timor-Leste. And we hope to continue what we're doing, basically.
Super, thanks very much, Al. That's very, very informative. I mean, you can see the depth of the work that raw material does to build the communities. But at the same time, everything works in conjunction. So they're taking a community and ensuring that the coffee is processed and increasing the yields and increasing the quality, because the higher the quality, the higher amount the farmers will get paid. And this is what's interestingly enough happening in coffee right now. It's going to put that up onto the screen. That over there is a transparency report for raw material in Timor-Leste. And you just need to breeze down. You will know there is the ex-works price and the dry milling price and any of the financing costs. And then all the way down, we start having a look at the FOB price, and then all the way down to farmer. But what is very interesting about what raw material does is actually disclose the profit the farmer made. I'm not sure if any of you know of anybody disclosing profits that farmers made, but I think this is where we're seeing the future going. So it's very, very exciting to have that information, because The standard right now seems to be if you disclose the FOB price, then then you've done well enough. The problem is that FOB in the real terms is a starting point for how much we're going to move ahead. What was paid at farm gate? How much was the farmer paid? We will see that the cost of production in Timor-Leste is very different to the cost of production in Burundi. So by putting or disclosing an FOB price, we need to go a lot further. And this is exactly what raw material does. And we're super happy to be associated with that. And I think we would like to maybe announce today, if we will, that we are starting Raw Material South Africa. So what that means is that any interested roaster would have access to this coffee. And you'd be able to purchase the coffee and you'd be able to claim the fact that 100% was returned to the farm and the producer. So by starting Raw Material South Africa, we're not making any profit on that green. That green will be determined by the price in which it lands, and that will be the price in which the roasters can pay. So I think that's a huge step forward in terms of transparency and what's happening in green coffee. Because in all honesty, if we need to make a real difference, we can't be hoarding it. We can't have the specialty micro roaster mentality. We've got to be sharing it. We've got to open up, and we've got to ensure that everyone has access to this. We're not going to change anybody's lives by buying 4 bags of coffee. We're going to change their lives by buying 4 containers of coffee and buying it at the right price. Super. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, David and Alan. Do we have any questions for David or for Alan? Don't be shy, folks. I've got a first question for Alan. How do you guys go about choosing your partners or the origins in which you partner with? Can you give us a bit more insight as to first question, how you choose your partners?
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, they're kind of one and the same. So we work with partners in some countries, and then we have our own operations in other countries. So in Rwanda and in Mexico, we work with like very closely aligned partners, exporters in the country there. And then in Colombia, Burundi, and Timor-Leste, we have our own operations. So we actually have local businesses that are owned between raw material and our local management team there. But really that comes as the secondary consideration after we choose where we're going to work. And we use a very linear framework for that. Because as I mentioned, we have our capacity is limited, right? We have finite resources, both in terms of time and capital. There are many coffee places where we can work. And what we have to do is decide where our resources can be best applied, which challenges, which problems are actually solvable or are solvable by us, given who we are and the skill set and what we have. And of those ones that are solvable, which will be the most impactful. So for example, it's no coincidence that Burundi and Timor-Leste are probably our biggest areas of focus. They are 2 of the, by GDP per capita, they are 2 of the poorest nations in the world. They're also both reliant on coffee to varying degrees and have lots of, the infrastructure has lots of room for development, and the supply chains have room to be improved, provide access to the specialty market, improve the quality and therefore the profitability of the coffee. In Mexico, that's actually the most recent origin we started working in. It's not, not the same model as Burundi and Timor-Leste, and maybe not as obvious. Mexico is a huge global economy. It's growing. There's a fast developing middle class. But there's also a large disparity between economic wealth and GDP in the north of the country, which is much more industrial and closely reliant on working with the US. And then in the south, in the coffee growing states of Oaxaca, Chiapas, Guerrero, Puebla, where we work and buy coffee, it's a very, very different scenario. You have much higher rates of poverty, higher rates of extreme poverty, much more like rural and agricultural population. And in those areas, the people are very reliant, coffee producers are still very reliant on income from coffee. And so that is somewhere where we think we can deliver a lot of impact and provide access to the market for those coffees, which do not have the, they're not as popular and not as well represented in the market as other Central American origins like Guatemala or El Salvador, Honduras, etc.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the floor?
Yeah, very exciting. I mean, David, you and I have chatted about this a lot, so I think we properly aligned on goals. I just from a excited to see the 100% of profits going to farmers. I mean, that's a great, certainly great initiative. In terms of like, how has that translated? I mean, are you able to share the amount that has been able to go back to producers from on that sort of, in that kind, I suppose, as the profit from raw materials?
Yeah, I think Al can answer this, but I think is it up on the screen, the Timor-Leste transparency report?
Maybe it's just a bit small.
It's a bit small, okay. All right, sorry, but John, to answer your question, absolutely. The transparency report for all 5 origins are available, including the cost of production all the way through to farmer's profit. And then obviously that varies in region, but I think Al can explain to you the differences of why it varies in region, as you know full well why it does. Al, if you can just give us some insight on that.
Yeah, sure. So effectively we work to return that profit in 2 ways. By far the most efficient way, and what we generally do, is to return as much of the profit as possible in the purchase price of the coffee itself. So whether we are buying cherry in Rwanda or we're buying parchment in Colombia, or however we're purchasing coffee at the farm gate, we try to return as much of the profit as possible at that point. It's by far the most efficient. It's where it can go directly to the producer. So what that means is we know we have a good handle on what our costs are right through the chain, which I can't see the reports, but I know you have our price breakdowns there. Those are also a little bit outdated, as I'm sure you can see. They were written in late 2020, and of course the coffee market has moved on significantly since then. We're in the process of updating all of these for 2022 so that they reflect the realities of the coffee market this year. But as you can see, while the numbers will change with coffee prices going up, the points at which value is added and costs are taken out remain relatively stable. And as you can see, we work with these cost breakdowns so that we know how much money we need to capture at each stage to cover our operating costs to ensure we can export and then import and sell the coffee. Then outside of that, as much as possible, we try to return by paying as high a price as possible for that coffee, whether that be cherry or parchment or however we buy it. Outside of that, the other way that we return profits is by making community level investments. So such as building wet mills in Timor-Leste. We just built some 50 or 60 more beds at our washing station in Burundi this year to allow us to increase the capacity of cherry that we can buy there and producers that we can work with. In Mexico, we are just, we're still quite new in our work in Mexico, but we're beginning a composting initiative to produce centralized composting points so we can distribute organic, high quality compost to producers in all the groups that we work with. In Colombia, we fund a lot of drying infrastructure. As the climate changes in Colombia, due to climate change, we're finding a lot more rain and cooler weather during drying periods. And so it's imperative that we have not only drying beds, but actually like covered drying structures in many regions in Colombia. These are not cheap and they're not things that the average coffee producer can afford to finance themselves, so we've invested heavily in that. In Rwanda, we're investing a lot in seedling initiatives to make sure we can distribute new coffee seedlings to producers so that they can either replace their existing trees with younger, more healthy ones or increase the amount of trees that they have. So any residual profits are designed to go in directly into community level projects like this. And for the final point of your question, it's hard to put a kind of number each year on money delivered. As we say, ideally we try to return as much profit as possible just purely through the price that we pay for the coffee. We're working on our statistics for this year as well, but as David mentioned, we returned an extra approximately $500,000 to Timor-Leste last year. We know also that in 2020 in Colombia, sold their coffee to us through our supply chain, earned on average 5.2 times more profit than they would have done had they sold their coffee to the internal Colombian market during the same time frame. So we try to use metrics like this to measure our impact in each origin. And we're actually, in terms of transparency and in really reporting all this in detail, we're also currently working on our first full impact and sustainability report, which will be released at the end of this year, which should go into our work in all the origins in detail. And then for the European business, we're registered here in the United Kingdom as a community interest company. That's a type of non-profit business here in the UK. And by that designation and by our company charter, we have to publish all of our accounting details and where all the profit has gone. So that will be wrapped into the annual report at the end of the year as well.
Super, thanks. John, does that answer your question? Just something interesting so everybody can get a picture of this. There can be no specialty without commodity. Commodity is a coffee that needs to be paid for, because a farmer can't just sell 4 bags of something very, very special and you think you're smiling and you've done your job. Every actor has a role to play in the supply chain. And what Fair Trade does extremely well is they ensure that there is that consistent price across the full board. That's where Jonah comes in on the business side. And something very interesting is, as we went through this journey, we saw that things like relationship coffee and direct trade and even transparent trade, you're thinking you're doing a massive win by buying certain things at a higher price. For us, FOB is really just a mark of the quality of the coffee. What matters is how much the farmer was paid for all of the coffee they produced. So that's really what we need to look at as we journey through this sustainability, or as we go on our sustainable journey. We need to make sure that all actors have a role to play and everybody commits to the process. We can't just operate as islands, hence the reason why this conversation is happening. Thanks, Al.
All right, thanks, guys.
Winston. Okay, so my question is, obviously you guys are doing great work as raw material in various different regions. Maybe, South Africa can be on that list one day, you never know. There's a growing movement of people growing coffee in this country, and we're going to need a lot of support. But apart from that, I also wanted to ask, as raw material is like leading a charge, there's also other resources that other green coffee importers and roasters can use, or can you maybe tell us what resources there are that for people that want to get involved in being more transparent in their coffee buying processes? So, like there's transparent coffee where you can go and take the pledge online. And do you know, or Alan, perhaps you have some more insights into what those resources are so that people can get involved at whatever level they're at. And, like the green coffee producers and importers that aren't necessarily involved in the raw material system can also try towards transparency for their coffees and buyers. And so my question is, do you know of any of those resources that we can use?
Super, thanks. I'll jump in on that. I'm sure I'll comment afterwards. So the transparent coffee requires you to disclose the FOB, the free on-board price. So that would include the cost of the production all the way to when you actually put it into a container and send it off. So FOB is a good mark, but for us an FOB is a mark of quality, because the higher you paid for the FOB, or the higher the FOB price goes, it's an indication of quality. That is not necessarily a determining factor or a metric of what a farmer was paid for his or her cherry. So it's actually very, very murky. This is very, very hard to determine. I think the only people that can really say that for sure is Fair Trade, because they pay the consistent price for across the board. So, for example, if you went to a washing station, let's mention anybody, you go to Burundi, and some of the coffee is incredibly good and some of it's not. The farmer themselves does not benefit from that coffee being paid at that higher price. They benefit from what is paid across the board. Hence the reason why I'm saying everybody has a role to play. So I think the questions you've got to ask of your green bean importer or whoever you're dealing with is, can you show us the FOB price? Do we know what the cost of production was? And you've got to slowly go on the journey because it's very, very hard to determine. Some farmers don't even know they've produced a cup of excellence coffee because it's produced after the fact and after it goes to the station, and some of it gets murky and they don't even know this. They sometimes see that they've won cup of excellence, they don't even know about it. So there is a huge bridge in which to cross to get there, but I think we've got to ask the little questions of how much, what was the FOB? Can you determine the farm gate price of that? Do we know that this comes from an ethical source or a sustainable source? Was this traded over and over as a packet, as a commodity, or did we try and go directly to the farmer or directly to the process or directly to the region? Al, I don't know if you have anything to add on that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think it's the number one thing, especially when we look at specialty coffees and working with high quality, specialty, ethically minded green importers, is the minimum that you as a customer, when you're buying coffee, should be able to request would be to know the FOB price of the coffee. Now, as you quite rightly point out, David, FOB only tells a very small part of the story. The FOB price is the purchase price of the coffee and then all of the other costs and profit margins that have been added to it by the time it reaches export. Now, a lot of those costs, they vary, and it depends on how the supply chain works within the country. Many times importers such as ourselves are also the exporters. So when you talk about an FOB price, you're also talking about what processes you've gone through and what margins you have added as a business. So it's not the most useful tool in the world. However, it is the simplest one because it is the contracted price. It's the price that the coffee was exported at. So every single importer will know what the FOB price of the coffee was. And so if they would not like to tell the roaster what the FOB price was, then that in itself would be a bad sign. So you should always be able to ask your importer what the FOB price was and at least get some idea, especially if you can then compare that to the sea market price, which is available online every day in Colombia. You can look at the internal FNC price. That's also available online every day. And so, even if you can't dig any further back than that, you can at least get an idea. We're also, if you use resources like ours and many other importers have very transparent supply chains as well, you can get an idea of what those costs between farm gate and FOB roughly are. So even if you don't know the specifics for your supply chain, you can make at least a decent guess at where it's at. But of course, by far the best way, and more specialty importers will provide you with the farm gate price. Now that in itself is still not a perfect metric because we're talking about very, very different things. If we're talking about the farm gate price in Burundi, we're talking about the price paid for a kilo of cherries. But the cherry price in Burundi is set and regulated by the government. There is a maximum price for cherries that cannot be exceeded. So in theory, the farm gate price should be essentially the same for almost all coffees in Burundi. There is not a maximum price, it's an open market. This year the cherry prices have been very high because of competition and because of high global prices. Good thing for producers, it means that they're getting paid a lot more for their cherries. But that's the farm gate price there. Then if we talk about the farm gate price in Colombia, then we're buying parchment. So that's obviously, there's a huge difference in weight. The coffee, there's a lot less, you need a lot more cherries to produce a kilo of parchment. You need a lot more than 1 kilo of cherries, to produce 1 kilo of parchment. Then the quality of the processing and of the growing will affect the yield. So how much parchment you get from the cherry affects it. In Colombia, that parchment price is then tied to the internal price there. In Mexico, we buy parchment as well, but it's much more of an open market. So the farm gate price is not a perfect system, and that's why in our transparency breakdown, you'll see that everything is what we call a green bean equivalent, which is rather than talking about price per kilo of cherries in Timor-Leste or price per kilo of parchment in Mexico, we talk about the green bean equivalent. So the equivalent price for a kilo of green beans from that supply chain using the average kind of yield of cherry to parchment and parchment to green coffee. You see it gets complicated pretty quickly. So it's no small task and it's not an easy thing, and it's very understandable why this information can be hard to come by. So there's no great answer to your question. There is no, outside of really focusing in on one supply chain, one relationship, and digging as deep as you can, there's no perfect resource for knowing price all along the way. So it's really about putting in as much time and effort as yourself and all the actors in your supply chain are able to or prepared to find out as much as possible, I guess.
Okay, there's a question here from Warren. He's watching online along with a couple of other folks. And Warren's question for you, Al, is he said he'd be interested to know what you do with the specialty coffee that you source. Are you buying the complete lot from all of the producers? And are you rewarding them individually, or do they just get an average price across the lot?
Great question. Again, it varies. I mean, it varies by each country. So, for example, in Timor-Leste, we're buying all of the coffee that is produced by the 6 washing stations that we manage. They are based around 6 villages in Timor-Leste. And so we buy all the cherry that is brought to the stations, we buy all of that. And then we would produce that, again, it's smallholder production. So the average production per person is tiny. So all of the coffee is produced into village lots, basically. So they would all go by the name of Raimutin is one village, or Malabe is another one. We produce wash coffees, natural coffees, and honey coffees. But we would buy all of the coffee, and it would all be blended into like a town lot, I suppose. Likewise, in Africa, with the similar washing station model, we're buying all of the cherry that is delivered and then producing lots by washing stations. In Burundi, the washing station that we manage is Zuba. We receive cherry from producers on 3 different hills around the station. So we're able to separate the lot by those hills. So we have kind of 3 micro regions within the washing station. But then in Latin America, it's a little bit different. Especially in Colombia, you work with producers with slightly bigger farms, on average between 5 to 10 hectares. And also in Colombia, especially because of the harvest cycle is quite unique there. They're harvesting coffee almost year round in kind of 2 very slow, drawn-out harvests rather than one big harvest where we see everywhere else. And so we are buying coffee from those guys at very different times of the year. Sometimes they might deliver a lot they've processed separately that's to a higher value, to a higher cup score, and we can pay one price for that. And then other times they might deliver more volume, which would go into their association's main blend a lot, which we would then purchase as an ongoing thing for roaster customers here as well. So generally speaking, we purchase all of the coffee produced by the producers that we work with. And then we may work on either building it into larger regional lots or separating those that are of a higher quality and that we know can command a higher price and we can return a higher level of profit back to the producer for those.
Super, thanks.
Any more questions on the floor? Well, that being said, David, Alan, we thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your expertise. Thank you for your work as well. Would you like to close off for us, David?
Thanks very much. I think you can see both Al and I, we've got a raw material haircuts. We're not scared of transparency, but we're probably scared of the barber. So, yeah.
Is that the prerequisite?
Definitely.
Exactly. Predetermined. So, no, thanks very much. And I think, to end off, I think Mel's question was important. What are we going to do about where we're finding ourselves? What can we do? What are those little steps going forward? Find out where our green comes from. Find out what was paid. Try to ask the cost of production. The more we're going to ask these questions, the more we're going to start seeing that those importing or those getting involved are going to ensure that we can get better quality or better transparency. And in fact, transparency goes hand in hand with quality. And that's ultimately what we're all looking for. So thanks very much, man.
Round of applause. Thank you very much, David. We're going to take a short break, but I'm going to ask you not to leave your seats. We're going to move on to the consumer perspective with Dr. Zamir Bray after this. The Lucknow, we had a lot of hands open for the Timor-Leste. Can we just get hands up again for the Timor-Leste? Who enjoyed that coffee the most of the 3? Yeah? Yeah? I don't see as many hands as what we had before. Not so much. Was it you, Tim? You said you enjoyed it. What exactly about it did you enjoy?
To be honest, it's something I've never really tasted before. It was just really intense, really complex, and had a nice lingering finish to it. And yeah, just felt like I wanted to keep drinking it. So,
Janus, would you agree on that from a roaster's perspective? Right? The Mexico. I think, Lee, you like that one, right? Can you tell us why you like that one specifically? I think what's interesting about the offering here is that the coffees are so different, coming from different regions, and I'm just interested to hear why everybody enjoyed what they did.
I think the reason for me, why the Mexican coffee like kind of stood out, was mainly because as you're drinking the coffee, like you're saying, you actually want to keep drinking, and that's kind of how I felt about this coffee. And as it cooled down, felt like a lot of sweetness started coming out, whereas the Colombian coffee, quite vibrant, something that's normally expected. And then, yeah, we have the Atsabe Timor-Leste, which is very similar to the Laclo. So yeah, I'm always trying to, I can say, like, taste different regions. So Mexico is definitely on my list.
Colombia, anyone have anything to add? Etienne? Hey? So we've got the Shot of the Dark competition, which is also part of the event. So I'm curious to hear from the roaster's perspective what they're thinking of other people's coffee and how they would describe these coffees as well. Etienne? Colombian coffee, anything to add? You like Colombian coffee? Okay, big fan of Jose. I have a question. Are there any consumers that are here at the event? Anyone that doesn't necessarily work in coffee but just came to the actual event because they love coffee? Yes? Yes? I'm not going to hand you the mic, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but could you just like tell us why you are here? Because it's linked to the next talk, and I'll sort of explain it in a sec. As is the case with my wife as well. Do we have Zamir on the line?
Samir there?
That's perfectly fine. I just want to tell you guys a little bit about Dr. Zamir Bray. Maybe it's a good thing that he's not on the line just yet. But I think it's a very interesting addition to the order of events over the next 3 days, chatting about the consumer perspective. And Dr. Zamir Bray is, I guess we can consider him the head of what we call the Cape Coffee Club. We actually have 2 members here as well from Yellow Jacket, right? And essentially Zamir is he's a coffee guy. He's a doctor by trade, so he doesn't work in coffee full time. You'd swear he does. But I was working at Origin Coffee Roasting, and I had someone inquire about a barista course. And I think he cancelled on me 3 times. He paid for his course, he just never showed up. And I was fed up and I was done with him. And then eventually he showed up to this course. And coffee's a slippery slope, right? And we always say this thing, I think once you get into it, right, you just go downhill and you get so deep into it, and that's exactly what happened with Zamir. I think at some point along the line, he had started a WhatsApp group. And the WhatsApp group was just there for like 4 or 5 people just to chat about coffee. And I think we were probably at about 10 people in the group when I got added. And initially, it was just people, hey, I'm in Langebaan, where can I get a good coffee? And then the members of the group would kind of just add the coffee shop where they should go to. And it started growing, and it started growing, and it started growing. And I checked my WhatsApp this morning, it's sitting at 114 people. But you know, like, we don't really like WhatsApp groups. Like, most people just sit in the background, and we don't really say anything. And the interesting thing about this group is that same thing still happens. Someone was in Plettenberg Bay. Is there anyone from the Garden Route here? Garden Route. Not this year. Yes, there we go. But they were along the Garden Route, and they asked for like recommendations, and all of the recommendations came through. So that definitely still happens in the group. Every now and then they post a bag of coffee. So I think Olga's Reserve last year, everyone was posting about it, saying go buy the coffee, and like they get quite technical. But it's gone as far, I tell you, there's a member in the group that has a laser printer, right? And you know that the WDT, Winston Douglas Thomas, distribution tool with the needles, right? It's a tool, it costs about $1,000. But someone in this Cape Coffee group has started making this like in his house. And there's another doctor in the group that sells acupuncture needles, and together they started making this tool, and like it's amazing. 114 guys and girls just crazy about coffee. Some of them are super entry level and like sort of just instant coffee, tasted like, you know, bean coffee for the first time, and are getting into it. But then a lot of people super technical. There's a couple of roasters in there as well. And Zamir is considered, I guess to a certain extent, the founder of the Cape Coffee Club. But he's not just a coffee drinker, so Zamir is often traveling. So I think he just came back from Seattle. He'll correct me, about like a week or two ago. He was in Athens like 3 to 4 weeks ago and asked for a lot of recommendations. So he's a very well-traveled guy. And I think what's happened in this time is his palate has developed really well, almost to his detriment, because he's buying different coffees every single week. So we're gonna get on the line with Samir, and he's gonna give us feedback based on a survey that he did in the group. And as I understand, it's the same survey done a year apart. And some of the questions he's going to answer, which I think is super valuable for everyone here, whether you're a roaster, you have a cafe or something like that. Samir is going to go through it, but I'll just preempt it so you guys just build up the excitement. Sources of education, tips and tricks. How many coffees do you drink per day, which is important. What would be really helpful to you as an individual coffee consumer in terms of that barrier to entry, getting into coffee? Coffee trends, which of the following resonates with you as a coffee consumer? My biggest challenge as a coffee consumer. That's going to be interesting. And then when buying coffee in a shop cafe, what's most important to you? And my morning cup of coffee is, finish the sentence, right? We have Zamir on the line. I saw him pop up a second ago. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Zamir Bray. How's it, Mr. Bray?
Hi, Winston. Very, very well, thanks.
Salam.
Great to be here.
Lovely to have you.
I'm in the hospital right now, so through my white coat one side, and I don't know if you can see, I'm sporting a Coffee Flavor Profiles t-shirt.
Slippery
so
slope.
I'm very much there with you in spirit.
Slippery slope, I told you. Welcome, Zamir. It's great to have you here. It's nice to see you on the line. I gave a little bit of an intro on you. Would you mind giving an intro on yourself and the Coffee Club?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. And let me just start, Winston, by thanking you, thanking the Coffee Expo for inviting us. Really looking forward to this session over here, and also just the collaboration that we've started over the last couple of weeks. So I guess I'm just a ordinary coffee drinker that started drinking coffee when I was in the US for a couple of months, a few years back. Before that, didn't really drink coffee at all. And then, you know, just like the smell of coffee, actually, to start with. That's all that got me thinking about coffee. But we had these massive Starbucks machines. I'm not going to kind of bias my comments one way or the other, but let me just say I enjoyed the smell and nothing else. And so when I got back, I really wanted to get into coffee and almost went up the pod route. But fortunately, one of my friends caught me just in time and said, take this mocha pot. It'll change your life. And it did, right? And then shortly thereafter, I got onto the course that you described, and things have never been the same. It's been a wonderful journey, but also just really great to have started like a bit of a social circle, kind of a common interest group of folks that are enjoying sharing ideas, tips, tricks, and a bunch of other stuff that we'll talk about. So really sorry that I couldn't be in the room physically with you.
Okay, we'll get Zamir back on the line soon. It must be very busy in the hospital. I think the wind's blowing in Cape Town. Zamir, are you back?
I am back.
There we go.
I am here.
Zamir, I was just saying that you've got some interesting statistics for us in the form of a presentation. Shall we get the ball rolling?
Yeah, sure. So, Winston, maybe what I'm going to do is just, because maybe it's the bandwidth, I'm going to maybe cut my camera while I do the slides, and then I'll come back on if that's okay.
Sure, that works.
Look okay?
That's a great view, Zamir, of the coffee.
Yeah.
And the mountain.
So one of the things we do, Winston, is we kind of run these periodic competitions, and something's up for grabs. And so this actually was a colleague on the group, his submission, because it was give us the best setting that you've had coffee in. And this was one of the submissions, and there's a couple more that I'll share in the slides to come. But here goes. Also, happy, Winston, for you to guide me if there's questions from the floor as we go along, keeping this really chilled. Just wanted to be helpful for folks in the room. So I will take questions as we go along or towards the end. So a little bit about kind of who we are. So in the group, there's primarily consumers of coffee, folks that really enjoy coffee. And I want to say a bit more about this because, as Winston pointed out, there are folks that have started the journey, or actually not even have started the journey, still thinking about shifting from Nescafe Gold or something in a glass jar to specialty coffee. And one of the things that we've seen shift is that when you create like the space and make it easy for people to take that step, they do. And there's a few folks on the group that started off as only buying coffee at retailers, very dark roast, oily stuff, who over a relatively short period of time have gone into a specialty espresso machine or buying only single origin experimental roasts from somewhere weird and wonderful. And so we've seen that progression in different ways, and that's a really important lens, and that's kind of why we exist. There are baristas on the group, and we've had a really great discussion, for example, on baristas being the kind of last mile in the value chain, but often the most undervalued in the value chain. And there's actually been two very robust discussions about this, and shifting people's perceptions of how to say thank you to the barista, how to appreciate them, how to acknowledge them, how to give them feedback, and make sure that if there are folks that are employing baristas, they're thinking about employing them in a very fair and appropriate way. There are roasters on the group. The roasters in your room, and it's great to hear yellow jackets there, but actually there's quite a few roasters on our group, and we welcome others to join. There's equipment resellers, so folks that are buying and selling equipment. The equipment technicians on the group, so folks that are fixing equipment, and folks that are kind of innovating too, which is really exciting. And one of the things Winston spoke about, I think I even have a pick in. There's a guy that just likes solving things, and he's using his own skills at home and 3D printed to solve some really cool things. I probably should have said, Winston, given that you're on the stage there, that we have celebrities in our group, like this guy that's, a triple South Africa champ, and actually I would have called you a co-founder of the group, but I think they're folks that are just really generous with their time and their expertise, and we've really valued that. And so what the group does is it kind of share tips, tricks, share like how to approach something. Guys saying, my machine's running too fast, or struggling to find this kind of filter. Where do I go? From time to time, there's special offers out there, and we'll like alert folks on the group and get something going, or we'll do a big bulk purchase and then split it among the group. And we've done that for beans, we've done that for equipment. For example, last week, as you said, Winston, was out in Seattle, and one of the group's dreams, there's one member that really wanted Onyx coffee from the US, and he ordered that. Unfortunately, we didn't kind of get it in time, but certainly we'll make a plan to get that, on another trip. And so we've been able to order other coffees as members go around and are very generous with, their time, and we'll share that. We've also tried to start focusing on empowering folks with education. And I do want to speak about this later. So we've started a little bit of a podcast series, but it was just a test of whether this would be valuable to folks in the group. And actually it ended up being not only valuable to folks in the group, but an external audience. From time to time, we have a little bit of a competition just to keep the gears going, keep everyone excited in the group. And then access to resources is right. We spoke about everything from the consumer's experience, from farm to cup. We spoke about the roasting and fun to connect consumers with folks that are in the industry and hear the different perspectives. On the left is one of the events that we had. So from time to time, we'll host some events. This was an event I think we ran in December. Okay, now celebrity leading this one was a tasting. And what often happens at this event, and actually did happen at this event, folks just come out of curiosity. There were folks that were not even on the group, and they came and they said, wow, this is really nice. Like, I really like what I'm drinking. I don't know where it's from or how it was made, but I really like what I'm drinking. How do I take the next steps? So the guy on the far right, I don't know if you can see with the pink sweater, actually, he was one of the folks, and immediately after this went off, purchased an AeroPress, and now he's educating me about how to make a really good AeroPress. The one on the bottom left is the WD2DT tool that Winston spoke about, that Randall in our group just innovated, made, and is like selling for like $100, and everyone's loving it, making a difference to the espressos. And then there's innovations. People are sharing new drinks they're making for summer, for winter. And sorry that the picture at the bottom is a bit blocked out, but okay. So onto the survey. So just to say that we have not actively grown this group. So I don't have like a social media profile per se or presence. We're not paying a marketing company to do any of this. So folks on the group just join because they want to, because they find it valuable. Over the 3 years, I guess the group has existed, nobody's really left. I think maybe 2 or 3 folks have left, but most people have stayed. So we ran a quick survey in preparation for this discussion. And the question is, tell us where you are on your coffee journey. So I'm going to start on the far left. And about 17% of folks that responded said, look, I only buy coffee at a coffee shop or coffee outlet. I only buy specialty coffee. The second group was using one manual brew tool. So it could have been a mocha pot, could have been AeroPress, filter, etc. The third group, about 14%, have an espresso machine. And then interesting for me is that the fourth group, which actually had like the biggest proportion, had an espresso machine plus a manual brew piece of equipment. And then 17% had a whole bunch of different things. So if you look at this very quickly, you can see that more than half of people have more than one tool, and they're making good coffee in their home or workspace. Then we asked, where are you getting your education, your tips, and your tricks from mostly? I'm going to try and move this a little bit. Winston, can I just do a quick check? You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, we can hear you, Zamir.
Okay, okay, great. So we asked folks, where are you kind of getting, you know, your information on from? The biggest part of it is coming from social circles, clubs, but an equally big part from online resources, which is this dark piece at the bottom, and then from friends. And I'm just highlighting this here, Winston, because I think there's such an opportunity for folks in their engagement to think about coffee shops and suppliers to be providing education and helping folks transition, you know, or get exposed to other brewing techniques, other equipment, other ways of drinking coffee, or even other coffee. I just think there's an opportunity over here to think about. So let's hold that a little bit and unpack it as we go through some of the rest of it. So this is a really straightforward question. We ask folks, you know, cups per day, how many are you drinking? And most folks are drinking 2 to 4 cups. Consistent with the research, I should say, Winston, that moderate coffee consumption has a morbidity protective effect. So it's good for you, is what I'm saying. But there are 1 or 2 folks that are really, I guess, over the top. This was just, you know, somebody saying, I have a problem. I'm drinking more than 7 cups a day. Actually, we all know in the group who that guy is, and he also spends more than 2,500 rand a month on coffee. But a lovely guy in the group to have. And then more than half of these cups are actually being brewed at home. So about 55 to 60% are being brewed at home. So one of the questions we asked is, what would be really helpful to you as an individual coffee consumer? And so there were a few options. My local coffee shop or supplier is prepared to provide some education, tips or guidance. That scored quite a bit. There's a reliable set of resources available to coffee consumers in South Africa about beans, brew equipment. There are more training and tasting opportunities actually came out top. And then there are more coffee circles and events. Again, happy to come back to this, but I think you can see that in this group, certainly there's an appetite to want to do more. And I think as opportunities become available, you know, folks will partake in that. So to give you a sense, you know, the last event that we planned, we'd expected about 35, 40. We ran out of space and beans and stuff at around 70 folks, overwhelmed with the response that we ended up getting. This was a question we asked about which of the following resonate with you as a coffee consumer in terms of coffee trends. What's top of mind for you? Some folks really wanting to know that farmers, roasters, and baristas receive a fair value for their effort in getting coffee, in getting their coffee. So just to say, with this particular question, you could choose more than one option. So it wasn't like you had to choose a particular trend. And you can see, you know, 60% of folks really interested in making sure that the value is equally delivered across the chain. I think what was a really interesting insight for me is that almost 2/3 are saying that they see coffee as an experience, not a product. And Winston, this may be one of the points that we come back to together and maybe with colleagues in the room is that it's not just about the beans, or it's not just about the cup of coffee that you get, but it's the depth that goes with that comes before that what's the story that goes with it? What, you know, makes me remember the cup? And then something around ensuring that prices for coffee and equipment are affordable. And this actually came up in another question as well, which I'll show in a second, or at least there's a spectrum to choose from in terms of the offering. Okay, so my biggest challenge as a coffee consumer, here, I think folks are feeling the price pressure, and about half of the respondents saying that, things are getting quite expensive. Some call for more convenience to get their coffee, coffee beans, coffee equipment, etc. Some folks, signaling that they kind of struggling to up their game, and what that means is like take the next step on their journey, etc. But there's an interesting contrast here to point out, which is even though about half of folks are saying they struggle, things are getting a bit expensive. About 50% of respondents spend up to 500 Rand per month on coffee beans. So the question for this was specifically around coffee beans, and 11% spend up to 750 Rand, and actually I think about 5% spend up to 1,000 Rand. But this was one of the questions Winston pointed out earlier, that we actually ran the same survey last year. And what was interesting is that 50% of people last year actually were only spending around 250 Rand, which signals that actually in our group, people are spending more on coffee. Sure, coffee has got expensive, maybe, but unlikely that it got 100% more expensive. So I think there's just an insight around actually we see our coffee folks on the group spending more on coffee. I think I've only got 2 more slides, Winston, and then happy to open up and have a little bit of a discussion. So when buying coffee, and so the above question over here is really about beans, and this question is more about buying coffee in a shop or cafe, what's important for you. And I really want to hone in on the top 3. Actually, here in a coffee shop, price wasn't as much of a question, but the care and the skill of the barista was, and the quality of the coffee beans and attention to preparation was really high up. Those are the 2 biggest that folks scored. The service level and the connection with the barista. So really, I think the message from this is that there's a lot of emphasis and importance that people are placing on what they get over the counter, how that's delivered, and the quality of the product. And there's a bit more, I think, there's a bit less sensitivity to the price in the store, but it may be that for beans and products that are ordered in or bought for home use, there's a bit more sensitivity to price. But I don't think, looking at how much people are spending on coffee, I don't think that price should be something that deters us from thinking about quality offering. Okay, then this was a kind of, I do want to go back one, and I think I overlooked this. Sorry to do this, Winston, but just the request around like support for consumers to be educated, and for them to appreciate the complexity of the coffee. And so I'll give you an example over here. So, there are a couple of folks that say they really like their coffee dark, and it like has to be almost taste ashy, and that's okay. Our job in the coffee club is to give them the opportunity and exposure to try and taste something different. And so they go and they taste the fruity notes, or they taste, something really exotic, and they go, that really works for me, I'm shifting, or that doesn't work for me. But we kind of go through the coffee wheel, and Winston does this really well. You go through the tasting wheel, and people say, oh, I like that, but I'd love to try that. And so what we've seen is that even though folks have a particular preference, there's the openness to try, and for those that try, some of them shift. Some of them shift, quite dramatically. There are folks on the group that were doing really dark espressos. I know one of them is probably watching right now. He now does his choice preparation is a pour over of a light, medium, single origin. And he's kind of frowning on the dark stuff that he's got in his cupboard because it's gathering dust. Not sure what to do with it. But let me try and wrap up. So this was a fun question, Winston, we had, which was, describe your morning cup of coffee. So folks had to finish this sentence. It's the first thing I have when the power comes back on. It's the special elixir I go to sleep dreaming about. I'm going to come back to the long one. Is my fuel like a car needs gas, like a bee needs flour, like Elon Musk needs attention, like a Gatsby needs chips, and a Kusista needs coconut, and like a potato fritter needs sugar. And there's a couple of other interesting ones here, but I want to read the one that ultimately won. So we let the participants on the group actually choose winners. And this one, well, you kind of went through this. I want to espresso, how much you mean to me. I love you just the way you are without any filters. The chemistry we have together is like a flat white, the perfect combination between the milk and the espresso. Honestly, you mock me crazy. When you're not around and I'm alone, I get depresso. So please let me pour you a coffee and stay over the day, and I promise you it will be a beautiful day. So thanks for the opportunity to share some of those insights, Winston, and I'll come back on now. Give me a second.
Thank you very much, Zamir. We're going to keep Zamir on the line, but I think like just organically sort of the presentation highlighted a few things that links directly with some of the topics that have been discussed here so far, and some of the topics, the one coming up next actually, which will sort of tie in. And I think it's been interesting for me to step away from actively working in a cafe because I indirectly get to listen to the consumer a little bit more because I'm not so busy serving the consumer anymore. And one of the events, like the first ever event I did with the Cape Coffee Club, we were cupping some coffees, and the one woman, she looked at the coffee and she was like, I like this one the most. And I was like, what do you taste? She's like, it's like burnt toast. And she was like, it's so nice, it's nice and strong. And that specific coffee was like quite buttery, and it wasn't complex, but it was tasty, it was sweet, it was buttery, a little bit of nuts and stuff like that. And I was chatting to her about those things. And she was like, I'll say exactly like she said, she was like, yeah, maybe it's like peanut butter on toast. and that's, that transition where I think there's just a lack of understanding that coffee can be more than just this fuel that you have every morning. And once you start to see that, you kind of see the curtain fall, thus our friend with the Arsenal top, it's, that's just how things come about. And I think it just comes with listening to the consumer. But the interesting thing for me is that the link seems to be the barista, right? Because as owners, we don't get to engage. As roasters, we don't get to engage as much. The barista is sort of the direct line. And I think a lot of people also agreeing that there needs to be something to the coffee in terms of the service and the experience. And like David had shared earlier, we often get, just when customers come in and we say that we have a coffee from Timor-Leste, it's like, what? Where? And that starts a 5-minute conversation. And the next thing you know, they walk out with a couple of bags of coffee. So I think for me, in summary, the slides alone and the evolution of the Cape Coffee Club, if I can put it that way, shows how important it is for the consumer, attention to be paid to the consumer, because like Samir also said, this group grew organically, there's no marketing in the group, everything just happens by chance. The one picture you saw of me chatting by the event, it was actually at a food festival, and I think in total we had, like 200 people come to the little coffee stand, and like the Instagram account has like 30 followers or 40 followers, so they just came by word of mouth. Are there any questions for Dr. Zamir Bray? I think this is interesting because it doesn't necessarily have to be a question and answer session. It can very likely just be a discussion. I think because we're such a diverse group of cafe owners and baristas and consumers, I think the data that we have here, albeit sort of not a large group of people, but I can definitely say a very diverse group of people who enjoy coffee on different levels, they're saying something, and I think there's value in listening to that.
Yeah, maybe I want to make a comment. Also, even I'm, let's say, working in the coffee industry, but I feel more like an end consumer. And from my background, I'm coming from the wine industry, and I compare a little bit the wine industry with the coffee industry, and I realize when we're talking about a lot about special coffee, taste, this one like that, and things like that, I see the risk that coffee can get as well made too complicated for end consumers. It's the same with wine. I think 80–90% of the wine people just go to the supermarket and buy their wine without, let's say, okay, they maybe have some preferences because they have drank it before, but at the end, it's a mass market. And I see that as well, and people say, I don't drink wine, it's too complicated. And I don't know if I see it right or wrong, but I see a risk that there is, we make as well coffee too complicated sometimes. I don't know what you guys, you are all in the coffee industry, but I don't know if it's just me or is there a risk?
Can I sort of take that and put it into a question and throw it to Zamir, and perhaps Zamir can throw it back to the group. But Zamir, I'm curious to know your thoughts, given still being a consumer technically, and your experience with the group, like how do we draw that line between having a consistently good or average cup of coffee that sort of everyone can enjoy versus having an inconsistently amazing cup of coffee, if that makes sense?
Yeah, so Winston, I think it's a really good question because, on the group, there are folks that are like quite far down their journey. And for example, there's a thread that went on for like almost 3 hours on drawing the perfect espresso, because there's a bunch of different machines, and actually those group we had to make a subgroup. So there's an espresso machine subgroup, because what was happening is that chat was actually pushing people further away. It was making people that are not on that level feel uncomfortable. So in the same way, like when it comes to taste and over complicating things, there's a guy that'll say, oh, I taste peach yogurta lollipop, or I taste pink crispy marshmallow. And somebody else will go, I don't get that. I think what we try and do is actually start the discussion a little differently. Like put the 2 cups there and go, do you taste anything different? And they'll go, yeah, this one's like a little bit fruity. That one's a little bit nutty. And if that's as far as they want to go, fantastic. I do think we got to be cautious as like an industry to make it inaccessible for people who are at different stages of the journey, because we're not all, at the same level. And so we want to do it in a way that, like, I think makes it easy for people to say, that's what I like, that's what I don't like. And give them like broad categories to start with, and then, maybe break it down for those that are interested. But even today, like some people will just say like, actually, I just like a simple coffee, like that's nutty, or it's milky and it's sweet, and that's what I enjoyed. I've tried a whole bunch of different stuff. I enjoyed that, but actually I just want this one piece, one kind of coffee, and that's perfectly okay. But what's interesting is though, they're still staying on the group because they're keen to, like, still taste other things and hear about other opportunities.
Any responses to that from cafe owners? Got one from a barista and one from Chad.
The comment that I want to really add on to that is what I see you guys are doing is starting tribes. Seth Godin wrote an incredible book about this, about tribes and in marketing and how it works. And he says that it's not as easy as just, let's use motorbikes. Me going from a Harley Davidson to a BMW. I need to change what I wear, how I talk, the words I use, everything. And it's the same thing with coffee. I don't just go from Nespresso to cedar roast. I need to change everything. I need to start talking about carbonic maceration and all these different things. And so the key observation I got from this is you started a tribe of a group of small guys who started talking about a certain topic. And from there, a guy gets to decide where does he go from there. So you could come to this conference, or you can remain in that WhatsApp group and just stay at that level. And what I'm encouraged by is to, what encourages me is to start my own little tribe. Because I've come across a few different people, and perhaps I could start my own WhatsApp group. And I'd encourage everyone in this room to do the same thing. Surely there's 5 people you could start a WhatsApp group with, and to get them into our community, because that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to be an inclusive community of people to come into coffee, as opposed to saying, well, this is carbonic maceration, and if you don't know what that is, stay out. We're really trying to get people in. So I commend what you guys are doing with starting that WhatsApp group, and I'd encourage everyone in this room to try start, just get 4 people in the group and start it. Yeah, it's me.
Zamir, do you have a response to that? Not carbonic maceration specifically, but...
I was hoping you'd let me talk about carbonic maceration, but I realize I'm out of my depth. But just to say, I love the experimental stuff. My cupboard's full of it. But can I just say that I don't know who that speaker was, Winston, but it's exactly that. I think what we're trying to do is help the consumer to take the next step and not for it to be a leap. So for it to just be a small step and for us to help the person, get there. So whether it's about equipment, whether it's about trying coffee, sometimes it's as simple as sharing, where people are at and they want like a good coffee spot. And, that's come up several times in different ways. But just in doing that, it's kind of become a community of people interested in trying good coffee and helping others on the journey. So absolutely, it's a platform to bridge people from where they're at to where they could be.
Thanks, Amir. We've got another question on the floor.
Great. Hi guys. My name is TJ. I'm coming from different coffee shop that I've worked for. I have a bit of an experience. So I'm gonna talk based on my experience. Talking about constant in terms of all the cafes that I went in, and I've got so many baristas asking me, how do we get a constant coffee? How do we get a nice coffee? How do you know that in that coffee shop you get the best coffee compared to this shop and all that kind of stuff like that? I usually said we all have a perspective into coffees. And I believe that I make a different coffee compared to another barista, but I make nice coffee. I'm not saying it's nicer than his coffee, but we both make nice coffees in a way. So more of a connection and more of a chatting about the coffee, it grows a lot of people. It grows even your personality towards the coffee. So that's when I probably visit the coffee shop and I see someone there, obviously I'm gonna get a different personality of the coffee, which is he's gonna represent to me when I'm drinking the coffee. So instead of constantly, it's gonna be very difficult to manage that in a way, but we will get different perspective to baristas who are brewing coffee, who has an experience basically. So I always say, be yourself and project what you like the mostly through what the coffee. In that way, we will enjoy your coffee and be friendly. Thank you.
Thank you. Zamir? Zamir is still with us,
Yes,
right?
Winston.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point, specifically on getting a different experience going into different cafes. From a consumer perspective, what's your take on that? Because I think there are positive aspects to that, where you get this different experience and this somewhat different cup of coffee in every cafe. But I've also heard from a lot of consumers that this can also cause confusion. For example, what is a flat white? Do you serve singles and doubles? for the cafe owners here, how can we address the positive aspect of experiencing a different cup in every cafe, but also the challenges that comes with serving the same drink differently to your neighbor next door?
So, and I didn't get all of the question, Winston, that was raised there, but I'll try and answer, most of what I understood. I mean, I think that I think it's going to come back to this issue of like being prepared to educate and empower the consumer also, and spend a little bit of time in thinking about the coffee not just as a product but as an experience. And so you could go into, and I'm not going to mention any names over here, but like certainly I've had the experience, not just myself but a number of members on the group, having gone to what should be an exceptional coffee, but with somebody that has no interest in making the coffee, nor sharing with you what they're making, nor sharing with you what's special about the coffee. That coffee almost certainly is destined to not be great. It could be okay, but you're probably not going to want to go back there. Whereas you could go to, another coffee outlet, but you see the coffee shop owner or the barista putting in the extra effort. Like he really is trying with, or she for that matter, is trying to give you something special. And I must tell you, I had this experience actually, I had to buy coffee at a retailer. And I watched the barista pour this coffee. And she poured, and I wasn't taking note. And when she was finished, there was this exceptional latte art in the middle of Caledon. And I stopped and I looked at her and I looked at my coffee and I said, "That's amazing." And she got so excited that somebody was giving her feedback. She was like blown away. And I remember that there was a Coffee Mag article actually that spoke about just acknowledging the barista who's like making 60 cups of coffee. Nobody looks at him. They look down, they grab the cup, they put their lid on top of this beautiful latte art, and they walk away. Whereas I think we as consumers need to be open to just engage a little bit. If the barista or the coffee shop owner is prepared to go, "Oh, I see you like that," or "You like the taste. What do you think? Do you like double shot? Do you like?" And so I think it's just having those points of connection that I think will add a lot of depth to the experience. I also just want to acknowledge, Winston, that there are folks in the room there. I know they're in the audience. I don't want to call out anyone specifically, but they've actually been friends of the club in a way. Where we've come and we've said, we have a couple of folks that want to do, Winston, you, for example, have been one, but we want to do a course on latte, or we actually just want to understand roasting. We've got some folks here that want to do a tasting. You don't have anything on schedule, but will you make a plan? Those experiences have been super helpful in getting people to the next step, because it takes away the fear of people going cold into the industry and putting their hand up and saying, I want to take the next step. I want to learn new coffee. I want to do something else. And so we just appreciate, as the Coffee Club and the previous speaker suggested, hopefully lots of coffee tribes, sprouting across the country, that we continue to have this connection with the industry who's willing to share.
Thank you, Zamir. We got one more question for you. I think you'll recognize his voice.
Thank you, Winston. Shoaib here from Yellow Jacket. Zamir, I just wanted to check from sort of my perspective in the group as being part of the roastery. What is the benefit, do you think, to the rest of the club members having somebody like a roaster or a cafe shop owner in there? I know you touched on it a little bit now, but just on a wider sort of perspective, having that direct line of communication and being able to sort of, give that feedback, how's that benefited the club, do you think? Thanks.
So, a couple of things, thanks, Shoaib. you know, I think that you get almost an unfiltered feedback on how things are landing or how they're not landing. I'll give you an example right now. There's a particular milk on the market that several folks are having problems frothing, right? And it's kind of strange because it's come up twice this year, and it's one brand, only one brand of milk. I'm not going to mention it, but actually, it seems to be like they're like 15 folks in the group are having a problem with this particular brand of milk. I'm not pointing out that it's always negative feedback. Often it's really positive feedback as well. Like, you know, Shay, folks have commented on your, just like the marketing around your product, you know, it becomes appealing, and people are connecting with that. And so hopefully it's a way for you to hear that and, you know, refine your product and your offering. But I think it's also helpful for a roaster to have that platform to explain what's coming next. You know, so Cedar did this thing earlier in this week around a special product that we all excited to see what it's going to be, and talk a little bit about it. And I can assure you that people are reading that and asking questions. So in the background, people are going, you know, Yellow Jackets launching something. You think I can, you know, what's it going to be like, or one of the other roasters, and so it creates, I think, you know, some level of excitement about what the opportunities are, and also, you know, to you and others that have opened up your shop and your space for people to come and test and try. You know, Legarda's done the same. I'm not going to do justice to all the people that have contributed. We even have one of the coffee shop owners, I don't know if he's watching or he's online, he was watching the chat about latte art recently, and he said he was super impressed with some of the amateur latte art. So he's offering the club a takeover, you know, on one of the weekends, and offering some amateurs to come and stand behind the bar and pour some stuff. And he's even prepared to do like a pros versus Joes kind of competition, which is, you know, an exciting opportunity. So I hope that answers your question, Shab.
Thank you very much, Samir. We're very close to reaching our time. I think from your side to conclude, if anybody here wants to join the group, and any concluding remarks from your side?
Sure, just a huge thanks to Mel and the organizers, Winston, you for hosting us. It's been a gift of an opportunity, and hope this was helpful to you. But also just hope it's a start of a kind of a bigger partnership, and you know, hopefully we see many more tribes sprouting. And you know, if folks wanna connect, like I said, we don't have much of a social media presence. We do have an Instagram account that somebody's managing. It's called Cape Coffee Club. So feel free to jump on there, and then, you know, direct message us. We can add it to the WhatsApp group. It's an informal, you know, group where folks get added. Every one of the members asked to be added, so nobody was under duress. I think we comply with Papi. But yeah, just lovely to be being part of this event virtually, and wish you all the best for what I'm sure will be a great fully caffeinated 2.5 days.
Thank you so much, Zamir. Thank you. Thank you, Winston. Yeah, you can come back. Yes, it's definitely the start of a beautiful friendship. Don't worry. And we are on to our last session of the day, which is one that is very close to our hearts. And we have the team behind the barista wage calculator here that are going to take the stage. We're just going to get them set up. This is a project that has been a long time in the making. It was spoken about first at the 2019 Creative Coffee Week, and we have since then done a lot more research. We came out with the tool itself. It's now working on version 2.0, and we've invited Carla and Nkululeko here today to tell us about the progress that's been made and the plans that we hope for this tool, as well as we just want to hear from the people in the industry, from cafe owner to roastery to the baristas in the room. We want to hear from people on how it can be more hardworking. Last year we had a nice robust discussion around that, and we've tried to take those learnings and put them into practice. But it is a long journey, and we want this to be a significant tool for the baristas. And I think it was a great segue from Zamir to tell us from the consumer perspective. You know, that statistic was 60% of them, of those consumers, want to know if their baristas are being paid a fair wage, and if their coffee is coming from an ethically sourced supplier. So it's not just us as the industry saying we need to do better. It's the consumers that are demanding that we do better as well. And I think that we need to take action on that. And so with that, I'm going to hand over to the team up here, if you don't mind introducing yourselves, and take it away.
Cool, thank you very much. As a way of introduction, I am Nkululeko Mthembu. Feel free to call me NK. It's a bit of a tongue twister, so Sanbonani Nonke in the Zulu Kingdom. It's a pleasure to have you here. As a way of introduction, I principally run a research and design practice, so we focus on user experience, user interface, using both qualitative and quantitative methods. And Carle here reached out to me a couple of months ago, yeah, and said, hey, NK, we'd like you to do some cool stuff with us.
This one?
Yeah, that one.
Maybe this one? Ooh. Me and technology, ironically. Cool. Thank you, Inke. Yeah, it has been a few months now, although Barista Wage Calculator has been kind of on my radar for a good number of years, alongside Mel and Ian. My name, as Inke said, is Carla, and I am part of a design and development company, kind of a little tech startup based originally in Glenwood, now in Morningside, called Black Box Design and Development. So you may recognize me from last year. I was here with a colleague of mine, Callum, and we presented the Barista Wage Calculator, where it started, where it was at that point, and now we found ourselves a year later with a lot more insights, a lot more feedback, some more challenging questions, and still a few problems that we need to solve. And we hope to get some assistance from you guys as the coffee community and the representatives of the industry. I did tell Mel that she needs to lock the doors today, because there are some tough questions that we are struggling to get the answers to. But yeah, we are looking forward to sharing what we've learned, specifically over the past couple of months, but kind of where we're at the moment and where we are looking to go.
Okay, we got some tech.
Oh, but now this should be presenter view. It shouldn't show that window. Let me just. So if I go, yeah, but if I go presenter view, it should only show that.
Cool.
Unless it's not presenting the right window.
It's pretty ironic how a tech company is having technical issues.
Yeah, I have the worst luck with tech.
Wish I were a comedian right now. Right, you've got the bar stool, you've got the pose, right? They always say that you've got to have a mimic. You have to have a mimic. So with Dave Chappelle, it's always the cigarette, right? Right? So then you have this going on, right? I don't have one. Sheesh, I wish I did. But just to give a bit of background onto this project, I think having worked very closely with Black Box on this one, spent about what was meant to last about 3 weeks worth of research, eventually turned out to be about 4 months of research. So this involved critical players in the coffee space, so primarily, first and foremost, the barista. Secondly, it was the patron, and then lastly was the cafe owner. Now there's an interesting question that's going to come up later that's geared for every single one of those people. It will be really interesting to see the insights coming from there. And just as way of background, there are some people in this room that did not answer our survey. So this is the opportunity. Put the chains on the doors. Are we good? Okay, I do have a gimmick. Je nomme NK, je comprends français un peu, mais je sais parler chinois. So that sentence was, hi, my name is Nkulego Mthembu, and I am practicing Mandarin. So back in varsity, I wasn't the cool guy, so I spent my weekends learning Mandarin. So, 我的名字自由，他们的朋友，你明白汉语一点。So yeah, I know a little bit of Mandarin level 2. I'm glad no one knows how to speak Mandarin because you can't call me out.
Any others?
Well, as a Zulu-speaking person, ke tlhaga mo Joburg, so ke a tseba ho bua Sesotho. Le kae le teng? Ke thabile, you know. I repeat, wa itse ke thabile haholo go ba mo KwaZulu-Natal. Mafoko a ka anyane, mara ke a tseba ho tshwara-tshwaranyana. So yes, I also have a Pedi partner, so there's a lot of kwishisha. So you go to the northern parts of South Africa, there's a lot of shh, wangwa, kwishisha. Oh boy, okay, what other tricks can I pull out? Sheesh. This is where you wish you had a talent.
Okay, so that's extended display.
Okay. But on a more serious note, I actually appreciate what Burna Boy is doing on the continent. How many folks are listening to Burna Boy? Right? Huh? Who listens to Burna Boy? Nigeria was, well, not well. Okay, I also, in high school, I know how to play a musical instrument. I was in a marching band. So you know those people who walk around with the trumpet like this? Yeah, but I carried the least sexy instrument, which was a tuba, which is this big one here. Oh, man. All right, so we're 10 minutes into this thing. I don't know how people hold a 2-hour show. Come on. Oh, another interesting thing. Yes, you search for these
Now
things.
you just want to carry on.
Yeah, no. I mean, I've been given the platform. Yep. So I've backpacked Africa. So I spent 4 months on the road. I took a bus from here all the way through to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Along the trip, I spent about 4 months. It takes 32 hours to leave from Malawi to Tanzania. And what they do there is that, so when I say bus, I'm not talking about luxury coach. I'm saying like Park Station, Devon Station type bus, right? And what they do is that they call them pilots, but they're actually bus drivers, right? They sleep on the side so the bus never stops. At the end of that trip, I broke my L2, well, fractured my L2, and I had 2 months of chiropractic to go through. But yeah, along the way, you connected with Malawians, connected with some Nigerians, Ethiopians, you may wish to go to Ethiopia. There's a lot of neck exercise, if you catch that one there. Yeah, and it's really phenomenal what's happening on the continent, and it really is a space that is going to be the next frontier, especially when you start thinking about Afrobeats music. Hey, what's up? Come again? So get this, right? It's when you go anywhere, and I remember when I was in Dar es Salaam for this, they were like, "Where are you from?" And I'm like, "South Africa." And they're like, "Ah, Bafana, Bafana." and then you know, suddenly everyone recalled Banyana Banyana now, right? Right? And it's very interesting to know that Mandela was given two things when he was shipped into Ethiopia. He was given a gun and he was given a passport, and his name in Ethiopia was David. Yeah, that's true, it's a fact. Anyway, Carla?
Are you done?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hope you use some of that charm towards the end when things get a little bit rough. Okay. Cool. Okay, so like I was saying, sorry for the delay. Myself and my colleague Callum were here last year talking about kind of where we were at that point. We spoke about the inception of the tool. We're not going to spend too much time kind of going over what the tool is. If you have any questions after this, if you want to come to us, I can take you through the tool, share the link with you. But I think we want to spend most of the session, kind of similar to the session before here, as more of an open discussion. It's very difficult to get all different representatives of the industry into one room, as you know, as I mentioned earlier. So we really want to utilize this opportunity to start some of these conversations, or at least start to explore them. So, like I said, we spoke about the inception, the user experience design, the launch, and the user feedback. And today we now have more data and analytics based on the use of the platform. We have newly validated insights. It's raised some important questions. And like I said, there are a lot of important challenges we need to overcome in order to really live up to the vision that the Barista Wage Calculator has, as well as encouraging a shift in the mindset. So just as a quick one, just the agenda for what we're going to cover this morning. I mean, sorry, this afternoon. It's sure a lot of coffee. So I'm going to give you a quick recap of the Barista Wage Calculator. NK is then going to start talking through the most recent, what we call a sprint that we did, which was more UX, which is user experience research. The next steps that we hope to take and are currently taking, and then we're going to end off with that Q&A, kind of more open discussion in the room. So as a quick recap, so kind of kicking off, going right back to the very beginning, we always like to go back to what we define as the problem statement, and this is what we look at when we start our user experience design. So this is before Barista Wage Calculator was ever launched, and we defined it based on the problem statement that statistics indicate that baristas are not paid fairly based on their qualifications and experience, and subsequently are not able to meet their basic needs, which is known as a living wage. And this covers transport, rent, utilities, dependents, food, etc. So from that, we then moved on to define the product strategy, which came out as, in a country where baristas battle to earn a living wage, we're providing a tool that aids transparency and empowerment to baristas and cafe owners to realize a fair and equitable future industry. So just to show you kind of a brief sort of product life cycle and where we're at this point. So we started with the version 1 MVP, which is the minimum viable product, which is always kind of your first iteration. It's really lean. You go out with the insights that you have validated based on your research, and you kind of launch with that, and from there you gain user feedback. You kind of iterate from there, adding feature releases, doing more research, and moving along the product life cycle. So we had our version 1.1 user feedback. From that, we launched version 1.1, which is beta. That was really a light launch. There were some just user suggestions on the dashboards. We updated the UI, which is the user interface, which is more the styling look and feel. Comes down to, you know, some buttons being too small on mobile, things like that that make it a lot more user friendly. And then we moved on to something that was something that you would never have noticed on the UI, so the forward-facing kind of user experience, but it was something that was happening on the back end, and we were actually connecting all of the calculations and all the data to a database. The original database was based off the survey that the Coffee Mag guys did leading up to the launch of this product, and thereafter we wired it up to a database, so it's continually growing over and above that static original survey data. And now what we've just recently completed, which is what NK will be talking through, is our moving towards what we are hoping to be version 2.0, and that started with our UX research. So that was basically based mostly on community engagement, stakeholder outreach, and then of course us being here and gaining some more insights from the session today at Creative Coffee Week 2022. So I'm going to hand over to NK, as if he hasn't spoken enough already, and put on a show and continue. He's going to talk through his experience with the UX research, what he's been up to the past couple of months.
Fantastic, thank you. So I'm going to dive straight into it, no time for jokes. So in terms of the UX research, there's two principal approaches. So it's both from a qualitative side and a quantitative side. And this was through a desktop exercise, so scanning through the coffee sort of scale globally, right? So, thanks. And it's looking at markets with a predominant sort of big coffee exposure, right? And that was desktop. And then sort of drill that down to bring it into a local context. And this is primarily Durban for the first sort of 1.5 months worth of research. So this is going and engaging with baristas. This is going and reaching out to cafe owners, but also the patrons, right? And one of the things that was really critical about that was to really pull those nuggets, right? And when we talk about user experience, we're always looking at the emotional touch points, right? So the moment someone walks into a cafe, trying to understand which stakeholder on those sort of parameters are feeling, thinking, and whatnot, right? And spent a heck of a lot of my time drinking coffee, right? Because this was also doing observation, which is a critical aspect. So scanning what people wear, dope sneaks, by the way, right? And you sort of understand that this becomes a very important place, right? Because then just piggybacking and dovetailing from the previous speaker around coffee is culture, right? There's the product, but the coffee is the culture from the very barista that serves you, which are a critical aspect of this. So what you usually find is that they become outposts, right? So the first thing someone does when they get into a new city is that they go and grab their coffee. So they are the principal agents of culture in any city. So what this means is that you find the transitory nature of people and how they move about cities, which actually breeds this sort of a dynamic personality. And from these observations, again, both qualitative, quantitative, you sort of get, you peg the barista in the whole coffee equation, right? So what we found, right, essentially speaking to the cafe owner, this is perhaps the least engaged user, right? So in a line item of any sort of coffee establishment, you know, the Ferrari is the coffee machine at the top, right? And then the last line item becomes the barista. Dramatic pause. Right? And that's the thing, right? And in the experience using both the qualitative and quantitative aspects is that they need a trigger to really engage themselves in the conversation about not a fair wage, not a minimum wage, but a living wage, right? There's a stark difference between those two. There's a big difference between a minimum wage and a living wage. And there's some background to that living wage, which I'd like Carla to tell that story, in fact, with the Living Wage Foundation.
I was getting there, but okay,
You can do it later.
Hey?
You can do it later, that's cool.
Okay, I'll get to it later.
Cool. And then we went to the barista, right? So they had a critical and a keen understanding of the tool because their data was represented in the tool. So they could then compare themselves in how much they were earning in comparison to their peers in other cities. So you were able to see what someone was earning and look at the average bandwidth of salaries that is happening in Cape Town as compared to someone in Johannesburg and vice versa. Then there was obviously the need to create a safe mechanism. Now that the barista has a fair understanding and a knowledge of the salary bandwidths, how can I start this conversation around a living wage with my employer, right? So that's a critical insight that we're going to explore a bit later on, and I'm really, really looking to unpack that. But also principally as a researcher, one of the things that you really first and cornerstone to doing anything is around research ethics, right? And it speaks to that last point, right? A sense of work security detracts from starting the conversation with the cafe owner. In other words, in a situation like that, the barista feels disempowered to start that conversation with the cafe owner because there's the frightfulness of losing and being replaced, right? Again, this is all qualitative, quantitative data spread across 4 months. And then what we found, which was now interviewing and really gearing ourselves up to really understand the other stakeholder, which is the patron, the person who's buying the coffee, right? And they're the most engaged. So they are the person who really cares for who is behind the counter. They also care very much about where it is that they stay, and they're very much understanding, a keen understanding of what's happening. And they're also, the first layer of their decision making primarily is the establishment, so in other words, the nice furniture, but then it later becomes how they can establish that emotional touch point and connection with the barista, which then creates the recurring visits to a particular outlet. And then the second layer is obviously the personality, right? And what we found using across the data is that it's the barista who creates the value. Patrons are willing to move across different establishments just to find their favorite barista. And then, you know, they also don't have a strong awareness of the low industry standard, which affects the likelihoods of tipping. So traditionally, right, they're always greeted with a nice smile, but they don't know the circumstance of the barista. So, which lends to the barista wage calculator as a critical tool to create transparency through all stakeholders in the coffee.
And just to add to that before you get onto the overall participation, this was really interesting to us coming to this point because as you would have seen when we first launched, we identified our 2 key users as baristas and cafe owners. And I think it was an oversight that we didn't bring the patrons into it because at the end of the day, they are making the choices. They are deciding ultimately whether that cafe is going to be a success or not, and whether that barista is going to be favored or seen as more valuable or more popular in that cafe or not, which of course affects the income of that business. And it's quite ironic that it's out of those 3 key users that it's the one that we missed that was the most engaged and the most willing to enter into the conversation. And there may be not enough awareness, but once that awareness and we realize, you know, you bring that awareness or you're educating the patrons, they are the most that are like, oh, that's so interesting, like I want to be on board, I didn't think about that. I know for me, before I actually was working as a cafe manager for 2 years, I never used to tip baristas. I didn't think about it. I would walk in, like getting a takeaway, grabbing my takeaway coffee and walking out and thinking, oh, well, there's no table service and they're not clearing up after me. And even though I'd worked as a waitress for many years, and it was only after that I was like, these guys, they work so hard. They're making hundreds of cups of coffee a day, and it's not easy. It's not just pressing pressing your espresso machine. So yeah, it's just a really interesting insight and something that kind of only came out of the woodwork much later in our research.
Cool. Thank you, Carla. And overall participation, what we found, during this whole process, we pushed out a couple of surveys, each survey geared for a particular user group, and there was minimal response, right, and follow-up engagement attempts with the cafe owners, right? We put together some sort of focus groups during the product roadmap, and we found that there was little to no attendance from either side, both cafe owner and barista, because they needed a safe space to have that conversation around a living wage. And guess what? We sent out surveys, and 100% of the responses came from the patrons. Ooh. Right? And then, you know...
There are some really interesting excuses we got.
Yeah, there's some really interesting excuses. But yeah, overall, baristas got a sense of despondency from their owners, from the cafe owners. And this was done using a sentiment analysis, so scanning through responses and picking up keywords from all of the survey results that came through. So again, the devil is in the data. Cool. Key takeouts, and this is primarily geared towards the barista wage calculator as a tool. So one, we noticed that there's a lack of tool awareness and low engagement, right? That's the first one. We saw that there was no community exposure or input. In other words, the patrons are not aware of the dynamics that are happening behind the counter, right? We see a nice coffee shop, we see nice cafe, latte art, but we don't know the relationship between the barista and the cafe owner. There was a lack of user buy-in and trust. In other words, we were actively trying to collect details as well, and people would disengage from the platform because they wanted an anonymous sense of contribution. I think we've solved for that through the exercise we're going to do later, and there was no valuable return factor, right? So all in all, these key takeouts are crafting themselves to say you cannot use technology to solve this problem. As far as we built a cool app, we cannot use technology to solve a living wage problem.
Yeah, and just to kind of add to those key takeouts, it's a community issue, and I think that third point, no community exposure or input. Again, with this piece of technology, the users are still interacting with it individually and siloed. And I think what is really interesting about that talk and that group before us, we were busy deliberating how we can infiltrate that group. But it's representatives from the whole of the industry, all talking to each other, engaging with each other, and that's what's so difficult. And at this point, the application is not, it's providing awareness around, what does my salary look like compared to others, or is the salary I'm paying for cafe owners, is the salary I'm paying my baristas covering their living wage? Cool, they're getting an output in terms of the calculation, but there's no community engagement, there's no open discussion, there's no sharing of ideas and a safe space to do that. And in terms of what the data is showing us in terms of the analytics of this website and how it's being used at the moment, or the application, so this lack of user trust and buy-in, as well as no valuable return factors, we can see users are landing on the platform. They're calculating. We've got all of that mapped out. We have live heat maps where we can actually see where users are engaging with the platform, but most of them are not returning. So that's saying something. They haven't, there's nothing bringing them back there that they feel is valuable enough for them, or there's no continued engagement thereafter. Like what is the value add for them? What is going to solve the problem that they have? So that brings us to, that's kind of, what we've been working on. And just a fun fact is that NK, I think, cumulatively we spent probably 3 months doing this, 3.5 months, for what was meant to be 2 weeks. And that just shows you how hard it was to try and get responses from people, to set up user focus groups, to set up interviews. We try to do focus groups in person. It was a tough one, it really was. So that in itself was a key insight for us, is that there's a lot of conversations that people aren't willing to have, and possibly no safe space where that's facilitated. Okay, so in terms of next steps, NK tried to get me to talk about this earlier, and I said I'd get to it. So what we're currently doing, as NK also said, is that we've realized, we can keep adding features, we can keep doing cool things for the application, but is it solving the problem? And is it solving it at a community level. So we thought, let's take it back a few steps. Let's really focus on the people, the community, and sort of this mindset shift and this cultural shift that we need to take place. So Mel had a great idea of us reaching out to the Living Wage Foundation, which is based in the UK. And what they have done is created the most incredible, almost means of certification that is now being adopted by the likes of Heathrow Airport. There's a big Sainsbury's, really, really big companies in the UK. And basically what they are providing is a, what's paid on a monthly basis. Wow, that was really loud very quickly. So subscription-based to be accredited by the Living Wage Foundation UK. And their story was really interesting. We wanted to know where it came from, how did they get to where they are. And it was actually started by a number of religious leaders from various religions who kind of at a community level were trying to understand what the youth's biggest problem was. They did a whole bunch of interviews with young people in the communities, and they wanted to understand what their major problem was. And for them, their biggest problem was the fact that they were really struggling with their homework, and they were struggling because they never engaged with their parents because their parents were always at work. And they thought, why is this happening? Why are their parents never present for their children? It's because they were working 2 jobs, really long hours, to try and look after their family. And they thought, why are they not being paid enough that they are able to be present for their families? And that's where this idea and this cultural or social movement started, and it was community-led. And I think that to us was the biggest, most powerful thing that we realized, is that this needs to start from the ground. It needs to start with the people who are in the cafes, who are running the cafes, who are working in the cafes, and who are supporting the cafes. And it's a conversation that needs to be had, and it needs to be started not, from a web-based application. It needs to be started by the people. And sure, it grew to become absolutely huge, and they got funding, and but it's where it started that I think is the most important thing. So we've had some engagements with them, which led us then to reaching out to, there's the Living Wage Network in South Africa, which is obviously came originally seeded from the foundation in the UK, but it has now branched across internationally, and they have quarterly meetings to discuss sort of the living wage movement in South Africa, which has been really interesting. And then we've been looking to reach out to franchise owners in terms of adopting this mindset, and possibly being some of the early adopters and pioneers of the types of changes that we are hoping to see in cafes. And that was another insight that we gathered from the foundation in the UK, is as they said, you need to find those who have the same ethos and the same mindset, but a much broader impact. And that obviously starts with the larger sort of franchises and coffee shops like that. And then we've been looking at investigating marketing campaign feasibility. So I think with that, it's about creating a voice for the Barista Wage Calculator. There's a lot of interesting groups. There's a lot of interesting groups on the likes of Facebook. There we go, thanks. There's a group called Baristas Inc., which is really interesting. It's sort of a jobs portal, and there's a lot of conversations around things that are happening in the industry, what's happening in the cafes, lots of complaints, lots of gripes, some success stories. And it's those types of things that are happening on a social level that we feel like the Barista Wage Calculator needs to start commenting on, needs to start engaging with, needs to start infiltrating. So we are looking towards launching Barista Wage Calculator not only as a tool, but as a voice in the community. So moving on to what we need. So this is the important thing. Someone asked earlier, what do you want from us? Or what is it that you're needing from us? This is what we need from the likes of the people in this room today. Active participation, partnership, community collaboration, and early adopters and pioneers. We really are asking people to be brave and to step out amongst, you know, specifically in quite sensitive topics, quite risky topics. There's a lot on the line for a lot of people when it comes to these topics. But, you know, we, like, back to what NK said, is it's not going to change through technology, it's going to change through the people. So yeah, that is what we're asking from people. And now we're going to move over to a quick Q&A, which is NK's going to lead. Yeah, go for it, NK.
Awesome, thanks Carla. So I think one of the things that we also do, so being responsible with the research, you know, research ethics and whatnot, we also need to be responsible with this moment right here, understanding that there's a lot of people in this room representing different things. And one of the ways that we would like to facilitate that process is through a very transparent tool, but also something that allows for anonymity. So if you would kindly pull out your phones. This was the time when they stopped, right? There was a thing called COVID, and they didn't have, menus, right? And we were introduced to scanning menus on our phones. This is exactly how this works, right? So if you have a moment, come again? Oh, it's not open. Ah, yes, my apologies. There we go. So we're going to do that. We're going to reload. What is going on with technology today? Carla, are we connected to the Wi-Fi?
You just said technology wouldn't solve anything, so.
Oh boy. Okay, hold on.
You
Thank you.
jinxed it
Thank you
now.
for hiding my shame. Thank you to the AV guys for hiding that. Ah, there we go. Yeah. All right. So we're going to do this. There we go. Then we're going to do that. See? All right. Awesome. There we go. So if you're able to scan the code, great stuff. If you are unable to scan the code, you can go to www.menti.com. So that's MENTI.com. Okay, hands up, thumbs up if you're on there. Yep, okay, there, are we here? Are we there? Oh, okay, are you here? Are you on? All right, are we there? Are we on? Okay, awesome. Let's do this, huh?
Maybe raise your hand if you're having an issue.
Do you have an issue? Do we have any issues? No issues, right? And then there's a code, right? So the code is 52963392. The code is on the screen, right? So the code is...
No excuses are being taken today.
Right, 52963392. You're correct, no excuses.
None.
Ran away from those focus groups, didn't answer surveys. Cracking the
Doors are locked.
All right. So that's all of you, by the way. You're seeing yourself on that screen right now. How's that for anonymity? Yeah? The metaverse. There we go. Okay, are we ready? Okay. Yeah, look at your phones. All right, so you've got 15 seconds to answer this question. What do you think is the average cost of living in South Africa? What is the average cost of living in South Africa? Time's almost up. Time's up. A majority of you said 6,000 Rand. The statistical answer is 15,000 Rand. That's 15,000 Rand. That is the average cost of a living wage in South Africa. So many people are literally thinking that it's here at 6,000 Rand. So then it sort of shapes the perception of what we think is a fair, except without a wife. right? So look at that, 22 people said that's 6,000 rand, right? So this shapes the thinking, right? Whereas statistically in South Africa, it is 15,000 rand. Okay, let that sink in.
And 3,500 rand is one off from the 15,000 rand in terms of votes. 3,500, 10 people said 3,500 rand.
Yep. So is this before or after tax, right? So this is also interesting. I mean, so what do you feel right now?
Oh, you mean like, where do I think it is?
Yeah, how do you feel about this revelation?
I feel it's important to know. I think it's good that people know how many answers were in the wrong kind of space, and you know that there are at least a solid portion of people that are, you know, on track.
Yeah, solid bunch of people. I'd like a cafe owner. I'd like a cafe owner. Who owns a cafe here? All right. I'm gonna come for you, my man. Let me tuck in here quickly. Terribly sorry. All right, as a cafe owner,
hello.
You can grab the mic.
Thank you. Oh, I was just kind of shocked to see what the average cost of living is. I mean, versus the minimum wage in South Africa.
Right? So let's not confuse a minimum wage with a living wage, right? It becomes critical. Sorry, ma'am. And I think it's very important that we make that distinction, right? And we don't set the minimum wage as a benchmark. If 65% of a South African spends their income on commuting, right? Statistically, domestic workers, commuters, spend 65% of their income commuting, right? Yeah.
Just because you guys, you know, obviously interacted with that Living Foundation in the UK, is the gap between the living wage and the minimum wage in a first world country much closer? In other words, because that's our reality. I mean, he's a cafe owner, I'm a manufacturer, but I mean, it's the same for me with factory workers. I mean, I'm shocked at that number because your benchmark is the minimum wage, and then you think you're doing a good job if we're paying kind of twice the minimum wage. So I'm like, pat on my back, but I'm halfway off a living wage. So is that more a function of, you know, a developing country versus a developed country?
So these statistics that we pulled here were pulled from Stats SA, and they were also pulled from a lovely tool which shows a lot of demographic data and income potentials. So if you go onto wazimap.co.za, right? So what they did was they took all the census data and they took all the demographic data, and they created a baseline in each of the communities, right, at a ward level and also at a national level. So I can tell you right now in eThekwini municipality, right, the average annual income, now this is not monthly income, annual income is 26,000 rand, right? So this benchmark here is using data from South Africa. This is the benchmark for a developing country. And this starts the conversation, right, to say, but we can apply this outside of the barista and coffee space, right? We can apply it across, and it cuts across industry, right? So we can move into a space where we can take this and take it into the hospitality space, right? We can use this and use it for domestic workers, right? We can take this and move it into another context. So this is just a baseline across. That's how agnostic these numbers are. Yes, 26,000 rand per annum is the average income for eThekwini municipality. Yeah, no, I think I shouldn't have started this. All right. How are we doing this? Hold on, how do I do this? What's broken? There we go. Thank you, Carla. Okay, cool. So this is the leaderboard, right? So this shows us the most engaged person, right? So we've got Mel, right?
Fastest.
Mel, you were the
Us.
fastest to answer that, right? We've got Ashley, okay, coming there. So this is not representing how you answered, right? This is just showing you the engagement levels in the room right now. So it's showing us how many, right? Right, there you go.
After those stats, yeah.
Okay, Sakura, you know, I think we need to sort of push you up a bit there, eh?
Yeah, a little bit faster.
A little bit faster. All right, so if I'm not mistaken, question 2 of 2. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, are you ready now? Okay, now we're ready now. Cool, I'm gonna press enter. Okay, get ready for it. How many cafe owners do you think answered the survey that we pushed out? 10 seconds. How many cafe owners do you think took our surveys?
And time's up. Zero.
So we spent 4 months reaching out to a lot of stakeholders, right? We reached out to patrons, we reached out to cafe owners, we reached out to baristas. The least engaged and people who did not take and answer that survey were the cafe owners. And it was a survey which was 4 questions, just 4 questions, right? It was sent through various networks, it was sent through various means of media. We put it out there. We spent 4 months doing this. And not a single cafe owner responded to that survey. Pause for dramatic effect. Cool.
Hi, I'm Etienne, and I'm a cafe owner. But what I would like to know is how did you guys decide on which cafe owners to approach? I know that we got engaged in the beginning of the barista wage calculator, but after that we haven't received any more questions. So, yeah.
Cool, so we started with the immediate sphere of influence, right? So we're smack bam in point, so we started in Durban, right? And we reached out to the cafe owners. No names, right? Because with research comes ethics, right? So we cannot put anyone in a compromising position, right? So we started with the local cafe owners. You know them. You know them if you're in Durban. And then I went out to Cape Town for about 2 months, yeah? Yeah, so I was based in Cape Town for about 2 months. It's a beautiful city, by the way, but I still prefer Durban. Okay, let me not start that conversation. We already, you know, we still got nerves, you know, yeah, get it. Yeah, and sort of took this project and actually went out to Cape Town. So, man, Cape Town does have a mean coffee scene, you know? It's like, yeah. I now buy my own stuff for home. I'm that guy with many products at home now. And that's what we did. We reached out. We used informal networks because we've also found out that baristas actually have a strong network. If you want to understand any subculture of any city in the world, hang around with baristas. Hang around with baristas. They will tell you where to get the best specials, where to get the freshest fish, which is Woodstock, I think. There's that Fish for Africa on the corner there, right? And then just across that, there's a veggie store, right? But because they're contending with money, right, in their pockets, they also have a high understanding of what I'd like to call snobiety, right? Like, they know culture, like, wow, you know, like Monocle magazine, all of that stuff. So they have a global thought system, but their local context essentially doesn't allow them to enact on that. And this is where, you know, they get the cool stuff. So that's where we did. That's what we did. And in each of those cities, we engaged patrons, we engaged cafe owners, and we engaged the baristas. Yeah. Cool? Okay, lukewarm answer. Oh, okay, so it was something in the approach, right? Or the questions. Yeah, it depends on how tough, right? And again, it's it's one thing that we reached out to people, it's another thing for the reasons they gave to not participating, right? So some of them said we're stretched thin on time. In fact, one of them even said to me, look, buddy, I run a serious operation here. You'd be lucky to get 10 minutes of my time, right? And then I was like,
And
yep.
we crafted that survey to specify that the answers didn't need to be long and that it shouldn't take more than 3 minutes to do.
And said, you're asking 30 minutes of my time. Dude, it's not gonna happen. Quote, unquote, yeah. Question?
Based on what you said that the demon is in the data, and we all got the answer wrong of the average wage, right? Do you think, based on the question, firstly, what were the 4 questions? And as putting yourself in their position, do you think it was probably one of the toughest things to answer? Because we sat here thinking that the average is actually the minimum. So do you not think that maybe they were put in an uncomfortable position to actually give you the data and actually then analyze what they're actually doing?
Cool. So the questions that were asked, terribly sorry, on that survey are going to be answered here, are going to be asked here. Huh? So we've got you. At this stage, is there any other sort of thoughts? All right, back to Menti, back to our phones. So, 0 people. Well done to the 21 people who said no cafe owners answered. Okay, this one is a bit more open-ended. Okay, I'm just gonna skip past. Okay, we've got Mike. Sakura, I see you, you're number 4 now, huh? Okay, nicely done.
I'm loving some of these names.
Mike, leaderboard. All right. Now this one is a more open-ended question, right? Are you afraid to speak to your employer or employee about their financial situation? So this question is targeted both at the barista, looking at the cafe owner, but equally look from the cafe owner looking at the barista. So depending on where you are and who you are in that sort of setup, you'd be answering, oh shucks, what? For 24 people, essentially said no. So no one is comfortable about speaking about their financial situation. All right? So in an environment where a barista might feel frustrated at their earnings, they also don't have a line of sight in terms of the financial position of the establishment, right? So that's also the other thing. And equally, the cafe owner might not have insight into the cost of living for the barista and somewhat is unaware of their financial situation. Would anyone like to talk to this question?
Hi, sorry man. Yeah, I think that there needs to be a discussion around, you know, what is the stance from either side? I feel like, you know, at the moment it's a lot more about feeling and you know, either disgruntlement from, you know, the barista side or shock from the cafe owner side. But I mean, it has to, at the end of the day, be stripped down into facts. And I think what the exercise you guys are doing is going to kind of help that along. Giving facts such as, you know, the difference between what a minimum wage is and a living wage, what's considered as a living wage. But again, it's like, I actually was about to bring up that point that, you know, the context of where the financial situation is of the current cafe or, you know, that particular business that's employing somebody, that needs to be taken into consideration. So I think transparency throughout, I think, is what's possibly going to help this along. Yeah.
Fantastic. As transparent as this process. Another question over there. Cheers. Thank you. Okay. We're coming this side.
went to, so I'm a freelance barista now, and so I have my rates. And then I went to a coffee shop, and then they told me that this is what they give you for the full day. And then the full day thing, so as I also need coffee shop owners to understand that we as baristas also talk amongst each other. So they told me that the full day rate is this, but then you end up working. So if a customer starts coming from 6:30 and the coffee shop closes at like 4:30, you as a barista are there at either 5:45 or 6 o'clock, and you leave at 5 or 5:30. But then they pay you only for the day, and their day is probably from 7 to 4, but you are there for more than 12 hours. And I remember this coffee shop said to me, no, when you become permanent, your wage decreases. And I'm like, but that doesn't make sense, because I'm here from 5:45 to 5 o'clock. And then the one guy mentioned about the transparency and the reality and this and that, but then I feel like that's like a cover kind of thing, because yes, all of us live in South Africa, we all see what's going on, but then immerse yourself, like understand where your barista is coming from, and don't just hide from the fact that no, we all can see what's going on. Because at the end of the day, we live in like two different worlds. But as a cafe owner, like at least understand where I'm coming from. I have to take 2 taxis in the morning and then 2 in the afternoon. That's already 100 rand in the day on transport only. But then, and I'm not saying like don't live your life as a coffee owner or change your life or anything, but just understand where I'm coming from, and don't like give me 20 rand an hour because that's what I deserve, and the economy really is bad and the petrol is high. That kind of thing, yeah.
Ngiyabonga sis. Ay engihlabile leyo nto leyo. Yeah, no. Yeah, engihlabile. So yeah, and just to echo that, statistically, Stats SA reveals this, that 65% commuters and their earnings, 65% of their earnings goes to transport costs. And 35% is spent on living, is spent on buying food, is spent on all of these things. There was a survey that was also taken by the Coffee Mag, and some of the insights there are very interesting. So I'd like to say about 35% have answered that they're first in family, they were unable to complete their studies, and they are supporting their households. And another bigger portion of that are also parents. And these are coming from the survey, which had over 700 respondents that was run by a coffee magazine. So we're taking Stats SA data, empirical data, we're layering it with all of this other sort of nuanced data that we're getting from all of these endeavors. Carla?
No, I just wanted to say, based on what you just mentioned now, is the reality is that South Africa is going through a lot of hardship across the board. Cafe owners, business owners, suppliers, baristas, whatever segments of community, of course there's huge gaps that we know are huge economic gaps in communities. But I think what is missing when I think of transparency, and it also connects to a question that was asked there about why do you think that some cafe owners possibly received this survey and didn't answer? Because you made a great point. We couldn't send it to every single cafe owner out there, and I wish that we had sent it to you. We obviously didn't have your contact details. But I guess what we're trying to point fingers at is that some were sent and we didn't receive any. And that's the reality, is 100% of them we didn't. And one of the critical things I see is avoidance, because rather acknowledge, I see you, I see the situation that you're in, this is the situation that my business is in, and I wish that I could give you more. That means a lot more than avoiding it completely. And I think that that is the problem, is that cafe owners are receiving these questions, this is too difficult, it's too uncomfortable, I don't want to deal with it. And that's not what's helpful. I think if there was ongoing transparency and conversations around this, at least acknowledge the problem. That's where it starts, is to acknowledge and have awareness and to start conversations about how can we work together to both improve on what are both difficult circumstances for cafe owners and baristas. And the issue is that it's not being acknowledged, people are sticking their head in the sand, and they are unwilling to engage. So I think it's not even about, we can't just solve this problem overnight, that's not going to happen. Absolutely not going to happen. But acknowledge it to begin with.
Hi everyone, so I have been a barista for 5 years and I have done the Marzocco barista wage calculation and it says that I'm earning like 40% above a normal barista is. And looking at the living wage of a barista, I earn nowhere close to that. So the fact that there is a barista out there who earns less than what I am earning is painful. It is painful to see that like I'm not even earning living wage and I'm a single mom who's commuting. So if there is somebody else out there earning less than me, it's just like, damn, how do they do it? And then there's somebody out there who's like, I think I'm paying my workers more than enough. That is just painful. That is way too painful for me to see.
Thanks. So I was working in a place, I'd say like 2 years ago, and after about a few months of working there, we just approached the owner and said, what is your budget on wages? Because what we were earning was not enough. And I understand as a business, you have a budget. And like, rather work with people than not to work with them and not be transparent. Because if you say, this is our budget is Y, at least we know that we can earn XXX. Because I think that there's like, and I feel like when people are unhappy about what they're earning, you as your coffee shop can't grow. Because if we grow together, that means that I'm gonna want to work where I'm working. But if you're not transparent about this is what we need to do, like X, Y, Z, even like turnover-wise, this is what needs to be done, then we can't know, we're not gonna work hard like towards that because we don't know your goals and you don't know ours. So it's kind of like that bridging the gap of knowing this is what we want, that's what you want, let's work together.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember us having this conversation last year about the fact that a motivated and an employee that feels valued is going to put in more effort, is going to come to work every day with more motivation, and ultimately that's going to bring more customers into your establishment. Because, like it was said, and it came up in that Cape Coffee group, is that people have placed the most value in their experience as opposed to their cup of coffee. And ultimately, the experience can change your perception of that cup of coffee. Like, I know if I have a really expensive wine in a terrible glass, it tastes different to me. It's the exact same thing.
So I have just, it's like a double barrel. It's not really a question, it's just a thought. Perhaps for you guys as the barista wage calculator, and it could be a question of, would you guys run a poll to see expectations from the cafe owner and from the barista? Because I imagine some cafe owners are saying, well, I expect you to do X, Y, and Z, so I can pay you that. Where the barista is saying, well, I'm doing X, Y, Z, W, all these other things, and you're paying me way below. And so maybe it's something of that where the cafe owner is frustrated because he's saying, well, bro, you seem sloppy, you're leaning every time I walk past, you're not cleaning, you're not doing these basic tasks, and yet you want me to pay you more, which we have seen in the past. But in the same breath to what she said, where baristas are there super early. Guys are doing tills. So wait, I'm a barista, I'm the till guy, I'm the cleaner, and I'm the stock manager at the back. I'm doing everything, and I'm being paid this. No. So that was the one. And the second one is perhaps a thought for everyone in the room, where the probability of us having a barista union, someone to represent these people, because the reality is baristas is just a group of individuals who all do work, but there isn't really this is what we do, this is how much we get paid, these are our rules, this is the expectations, this is where we learn, this is the people who perhaps protect us or help us or whatever. It's just a free group of people who are roaming around. So maybe that's a thought, a barista union. So yeah.
Yeah, and that mention of the union is
How does that sit?
now, right? And the reality is, I've got you. 2 months ago, 3 words: New York, Starbucks, unionized. So this is a global phenomenon.
I don't know if this is at all helpful. I mean, I'm in the tea industry, but I'm a manufacturer, so the principle is the same. It started off as owners, as management. We engaged with SEDEX. It's kind of an international labor accreditation system, and probably a bit naively, we were like, we're going to do it, and then it was like, holy shit, what have we done? And one of the things we had to do, which talks to your point about transparency, and maybe it's about just opening the conversation. So the first thing you land up doing is there's a representative from the floor, from the factory floor, so this is worker representative, sitting with management. Monthly meetings, and it's no hold barred, anything. You want to talk about wages, it's there. Okay, this is fun. We used to have that anyway. It's a family business. But it's minuted, and it gets put up on the notice board. That's like quite a shock.
Accountability.
My wife comes home and tells me this. I'm like, what the And so, you know, it's a pretty scary space as an owner, and I can understand cafe owners kind of, and that union word, that's a frightening word. So, but the weird thing is it opens the conversation, it shows some vulnerability from the owner's side, and because it's transparent, it starts building trust. And if I look back on it now, and we're only still early in our journey, it's, 12 months, we see retention, high retention in our staff. We see high loyalty. Some of the gives that we've had to have, they haven't been massively expensive. It can be changing breaks and canteens or whatever it is. I don't want to get too much in my path, but the point is and now when we get to salary negotiations, there's a better understanding. There's an understanding of the cost of living, the challenges our people had. Where can we give? And the same thing back. And I think what you were saying is spot on. It's about once you start an engagement, once you start a conversation, the two parties can start moving towards the middle. At the moment, it's like almost a scary space that everybody's kind of turning their back on. So I don't know if it helps. But
no, I think that's really valuable, because I think we need to turn away from this us versus them kind of mentality, because I think if each party acknowledges one another and are vulnerable around each of their struggles and how the business is doing, and you know, each personal challenge, then you start to see each other as human, all going through their own challenges. And there's that level of accountability that I think is really valuable too. Because of course, my first thing when you said that was, okay, cool, so someone sits and facilitates this, but as soon as they're out the door, then what happens? Everyone gets fired or whatever it is, and everyone's, you know, being sarky towards each other. But with the minutes on the wall, that's a whole nother story.
All right, I think we've held you captive long enough. All right, so we've got the last question, folks. Now, think about it. No yes, no question answers here. Just at least some structure to the answer, you know, to the sentence. How would you feel about customers being able to rate coffee shops on a mobile platform? So this is now introducing a third voice, right? This is now the third voice that enables the relationship between the two to happen. All right, good already exists through Google.
Now, it's not on the Mentimeter, but would you feel the same way about customers being able to rate baristas on a mobile platform? But a barista that you know which establishment they're from.
I'm hearing a no here, and I'm hearing a yes there.
Who said no?
Okay, safe space, safe space, safe space.
But you said the patrons were the most invested.
Correct.
Yes. Absolutely.
The answer must lie with the patron, which is where the money lies. So if you can get the patron, if you can get the patron engaged, you get the baristas making the patron happy, and you can communicate that you're looking after the barista, you should be able to commercialize it.
Sure.
How do you feel about customers being able to rate coffee shops on a mobile platform? Let's see. Go for it. Fine. This is great. Good idea. Good. Great. Superb.
Google.
Google. Important for feedback. And I think through that approach, there's that level sense of transparency for every single person, right? So from a customer perspective, you get a view of what's happening through the rating system, of course. From a owner's perspective, you get a view of how your establishment is comparing to others, right? And then from a barista perspective, there's also incentive to sort of have a co-ownership in the establishment as well. And I think going back to that word transparency and visibility, I think could shift the scales a bit.
And just as some feedback from me on the two Google answers, this is not just a linear question about, we know that exists. This is looking at something that could show a leaderboard within Durban of cafes and how they're being rated. It's not a simple Google My Business where it shows a couple of reviews that ultimately the owner can delete or do whatever they want about. This is transparency on a level where you can see localized which cafes have really high ratings and why. And this is just starting in terms of, we thought about many different feature releases for this platform, and we're trying to identify, because ultimately, to me, utilizing, yes, the patrons we've realized are the most willing to engage, but ultimately we shouldn't need them to have the conversation, but we may have to leverage off their willingness to engage to make the other parties pull their heads out of the sand. Because when you have the patron rating your coffee shop really not well, it forces you to do something about it and understand why it's not doing well in order for you to make a change. But ideally, the patron, we should still be looking at our main users as our cafe owners and our baristas, and they should be able to have this conversation in a safe space regardless of the patron. But like I said, if it comes down to utilizing that engagement to create change, then that's what needs to happen.
I see Ian's hands up.
Are you kicking us out?
No, not yet, but I want to challenge you, Carla, you and NK. I think, and I'm proud of the people in this room because this has been a very engaged discussion, and you can feel the emotions, like, as the questions and answers come through.
I'm amazed at the end of the day, I thought, this is going to be a tough crowd at the end of this day.
So I'm going to say, I think the feeling that I get from this group of cafe owners is that they do want to do the right thing. But how? What do they have to do? Is it signing a charter? Is it sticking a sticker on their window that says, I'm a fair trade, I'm a living wage employer? Like, it can never be the stick, because we get so defensive and we've got so many problems as business owners. It's got to be incentive, it's got to be, and I think the people in this room are the people who will buy in. So what do they do?
Well, it's the first time we've had this type of engagement. So of course we need to think about what do we do with this engagement. I mean, I'd be interested to kind of deflect what you've just asked me and see from some cafe owners, going back to what we were asking from you, would you be willing to partner? I'm not talking about partnerships in terms of this big financial investment. Would you be part of, just creating one of those WhatsApp groups and starting a newsletter and starting to have conversations and, putting our research down and engaging and asking each other questions and trying to establish steps? Like, this needs to be a collaboration. It's not us as the Barista Wage Calculator saying you need to tick these boxes and we can make things better. It's about putting our heads together and saying, how do we solve this problem at a community level? So I'd like to know who would be interested, and if not, why not? What are the barriers to that? And also baristas, would you be willing to enter into these conversations with your employees and other cafe owners? Would you be transparent about and ask, the questions? I see a hand up there. I'll go for you next.
I promise this is the last time I'm speaking. For like a person like me, I speak up a lot. Like, I stand up for what is right. And I found that with coffee shop owners, with a person like me, they would probably treat them very badly compared to someone who keeps quiet about what is not right, because they will threaten the baristas. Like, if you say something, or if you feel like you earn less or want to say something, then we're going to fire you and replace you. But then someone like me, they will quickly just shut me down or just, deal with me because they don't want to have the conversation. So like you were saying, I don't feel like there needs to be like a sticker to say that we pay our baristas properly. You will see. When you treat your baristas properly, you will see. Your cafe will blossom because they are being treated properly and they are given the living wage. That's it. Treat them properly and you will see, I promise you. They will never leave you. Baristas, we don't leave if we're treated properly. We don't, unless maybe if you have to go somewhere, but we do not leave your coffee shop if we are treated properly.
I fully get what you're saying, and in an ideal world, saying that to a cafe owner, again, it comes up with the challenge of what is that business looking like in terms of, how is it performing? What do the finances look like? And in an ideal world, you would hope that saying that would change or create a change. And I think when we talk about accreditations and stickers and things like that, it's like this holds you accountable to that. Because if you see that on the outside of a cafe, or it's marked as a rating on an application, it's one of the accredited cafes, and you go in there and the baristas you can see are unhappy, then you're going to ask questions. Whereas if it's not there, there's nothing to hold you accountable to anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, sorry. Also, hopefully my last comment around this. But look, I feel like there needs to be a focus on the gap between, say, for example, what baristas are earning, and also what, for example, that budget is, which came up a lot of times, right? And maybe that is where the big confusion is. There's also the factor of, how many additional cups of coffee are you contributing towards being sold? Because at the end of the day, you need revenue to be able to cover expenses. So, there's so many moving parts in this discussion that I don't think it's as simple as, two sides. There's a massive gap in between what is being discussed on either end of this discussion. And I don't think that there's anybody that's sort of ignoring it or taking it lightly, but it's about, you know, guys like you coming in and navigating both groups towards a platform where the proper discussions can be had. So, yeah.
Thank you very much for that. Carla, we've just got 3 hands on this side of the room.
Go
so
for it.
There's a lot of activity here, and we've just got about 8 minutes left. Yeah? So just being mindful of that. Go for it.
Yeah, I'll be quick. So we are here until Friday, and I'll be happy to take one of those questionnaires.
Awesome.
Thank you, kind sir.
So yeah, this is a wonderful and complicated journey. I think so. Inka and Carla, you're on I'm on the living wage forum that you joined the other day.
Yeah, Jono.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
And so, you know, if you ask me, am I committed to living wage? I tell you 100%. That's what my desire is. As was sort of mentioned earlier, you know, as a cafe owner, you can very quickly, and it's happened to me, you get into the system of, you know, I pay significantly more than living wage. I think I'm paying my barista as well. He has sat with me. Don't speak to them afterwards, please.
We're going to put your minutes up on the
minutes on the board. Yeah, and so you probably went into that session as I did, because this is the first session where the white paper was presented with that sort of range. It was the 12 to 15. I'm glad you went to the top because the shock tactics are better. But you know, it wasn't what I expected as well. You know, and I also this has happened to me twice now, where I've increased wages and felt that I was in, you know, I'm on the top end here. And then wanted to engage in others, and then feel like, hold on, we're not there. I don't know if you recall from that session, I said, you know, I think when we present this white paper, we need to not put the number right on the front page, because you need to ease people in. If a cafe owner is paying close to minimum wage and you tell them the new wage is 15, you have no chance. The shock is too great. And so they then will disengage altogether, because you just say, I can't do it, I'm not, am I still here? And so I do think it's a process. So I walked away from that, again feeling, wow, I've got a ways to go. Where do we get this number from? Is it right? Am I, you know, right? Where should we go? Where do we find this? And I really think that it is a process of engaging. I think we need to commit as cafe owners to constantly be moving forward, to engaging with baristas, to engaging with our staff in general, and how we move it forward. We may not be able to get the whole way in one go, but I think we need to be having these really honest conversations and be quite vulnerable. And I think that's the way that I think we'll move forward. And I think maybe as the sort of living wage, you know, I joined the living wage group. Perhaps we need something like that in the barista or in the cafe world, where we engage on these things and try and move that forward, because I think that's our desire. I mean, we want to do right by people. We want people to live and to prosper and to have margin to do things and to grow and change. So, yeah.
Ngiyabonga mfethu. Hey, there was a hand? Okay, not anymore.
So I've just have a question that is more challenging to the cafe owners or the cafe roasters. So earlier on I heard someone saying the most important thing is how much does the farmer get paid. If you get worried about the farmer, how much they get paid, and you don't get to see them every day, what about the barista you get to see every day and everything? So my challenge is towards the cafe owners is, how about, like, earlier on we learned about raw material that is giving 100% of the profit to the farmers. How about we introduce something similar to that, where fair trade comes in for baristas, stuff like raw material comes in for baristas, just to get a little more into baristas' pockets. For instance, I remember some time ago we came up with a concept called let's tip the farmer. How about you come with concepts like that, let's tip the barista, no, so that they can get more into their pocket. Thank you.
I don't understand why you didn't want to ask that question.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. You don't see the farmer, but you're concerned about the farmer, yet you see the barista every single day. Sure, Aotiam. Yeah, no, I'm lost for words. I'm done.
Should have just dropped the mic and left it at that.
Over to you, Carla.
Over to me.
Yeah.
Are we
2
done?
minutes to spare.
Oh my, no pressure. Don't you have another last joke?
No, I'm run out.
It's too serious in the room now. Well, firstly, yeah, thank you for your engagement. I mean, it's been amazing. It's what we've been fighting for the past 4 months. Do you have a list of names and numbers and email addresses that we can hound after this? Okay. Oh, you got a question? Okay, we got. Oh, 1 minute.
1 minute.
I will take this minute.
Go for it.
So coming from a corporate background, there is a standard budget that you don't pass over 13% of your sales and whatnot for salary or something along those lines. So I know we have this discussion this year and next year and the other year, but basically what happens on the ground, I'm privileged enough that I get to see baristas around over 90% of them, they'll be crying with their wages. So now, what is the way forward? At least if we have a certain kind of a union, if I know you don't agree with the union, but now that this kind of, there's supposed to be a kind of certification, what qualifications do we have to actually be able to earn certain amount of money? Okay, then there's also the people who have been baristas for over 12 years. Loyalty. How much are you supposed to earn? So I think we have to put a standard or someone who will be responsible to all those kind of stuff.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right, yeah, no, our time's up, folks. Thank you very much from my side. It was a Oh, sure.
I think that is one of the goals of the tool and gathering the data and engaging with the people is that we do want to determine some sort of standard for accreditation and education and, so that if you do have this sort of accreditation, you should be earning this sort of salary. So that is one of the goals of trying to engage the community to get those standards in place. So just sorry, Wency, on that point. That is top of mind. Thank you so much, Carla and Inke. We're so very grateful for all the work that you do, and also to OCL, Open Cities Lab, who have been the major funders of this project. We're ever so grateful to them for investing in this community, because they're not part of this community, but they see that there is a need and that that there are people that are willing to engage, we hope, moving forward. But thank you all for being in the room this afternoon. We really appreciate you. Thanks for a great day one. That was excellent. It's not over yet though. There's the Marzocco Barista Heroes happening outside. Please come have a drink with us. Keep chatting. All these people are here to talk about coffee and all things coffee related. So please engage with that while you can. And have a lovely evening, and we will see you all here bright and early tomorrow. Thanks, team.